welcome back. As the autumn air turns crisp and the nights draw in, there's a certain atmosphere that settles over the world. It's a time for cozy blankets, warm drinks, and maybe a story that sends a little shiver down your spine. Tonight, we're stepping away from the flickering streetlights and heading deep into the wild places, the vast expanses of nature watched over by park rangers. These individuals are often isolated, miles from help, guardians of areas where the natural world meets the fringes of the unknown. They see things most of us never will. Strange lights, unsettling sounds, encounters that defy easy explanation, and sometimes people who are just as dangerous as any predator. Get ready to dim the lights. We're about to hear some first-hand accounts in this clip we call "You True Scary Park Ranger Stories for a Dark Fall Night." Let's watch. My name is Mark, and for the better part of 15 years, I've worn the Ranger green up here in the sprawling, ancient forests of the Pacific Northwest. It's a job that gets under your skin, deep down where the city lights can't reach. You trade concrete jungles for cathedrals of Douglas, fir, and western red cedar. Swap the drone of traffic for the whistle of wind through billion-year-old canyons. People romanticize it, think it's all majestic vistas and tranquil hikes. And yeah, there's that. But there's also a deep, profound weirdness that clings to these woods like the perpetual damp. You spend enough time out here, miles from any paved road or cell tower, and you start to see things. Things that don't fit neatly into the field guides or the rational explanations we cling to back in civilization. Most of it, like I said, you can eventually puzzle out. A weird shadow turns out to be a cougar momentarily caught in your headlamp beam at an odd angle. Strange howls resolve into coyotes playing tricks with the acoustics of a valley. Unexplained lights are usually just distant campers, or increasingly, drones flown by hobbyists who don't realize how far their signal carries in the clear mountain air. Hikers get lost, do bizarre things out of panic or dehydration. You find campsites abandoned in a hurry, gear left behind, and usually track the owners down miles away, spooked by a bear or just plain overwhelmed. You learn to categorize these things, file them away under explainable anomalies. It keeps you sane, mostly. But then there are the other things. The encounters that leave a residue, a cold spot in your memory that doesn't fade with the seasons. The stories whispered between veteran rangers over lukewarm coffee at remote outposts. Tales usually prefaced with a heavy sigh and a glance over the shoulder, even indoors. Stories that don't make it into the official logs, because how do you even begin to describe them in bureaucratic jargon? These are the moments that remind you just how vast, how old, and how utterly indifferent these wildernesses are to human comprehension. And sometimes, how actively wrong they can feel. The staircase, that was one of those moments. One of the worst. It happened last fall. The season was turning hard, the vibrant golds and reds of the maples and aspens were giving way to the soggy browns and deep greens of the approaching winter. A brutal storm had just blown through, one of those Pacific monsters that roar inland, dumping inches of rain in hours and snapping hundred-year-old trees like twigs. My assignment was damage assessment, specifically checking on some protected stands of old, growth timber deep in the backcountry, Sector G, which is basically a polite way of saying the middle of nowhere. We're talking miles off any marked trail, territory usually only traversed by elk, bears, and the occasional overly ambitious biologist. The hike-in was rough. The storm had rearranged the landscape, scarring creek beds, felling trees across game trails, turning gentle slopes into muddy slides. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, bruised pine needles, and that peculiar, almost electric scent that follows a heavy downpour. It was slow going, pushing through dripping underbrush, clambering over slick, moss-covered logs the size of small cars. The silence out there wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, watchful. The usual chatter of birds and squirrels was muted, replaced by the incessant dripping of water from the canopy high above and the sucking sound of my boots pulling free from the mud. I'd been hiking for about 5 hours, checking my GPS periodically, navigating by compass and terrain features learned over years of walking these hills. Service was non-existent. My satellite phone barely managing a weak signal lock. The radio was even worse, just a constant wash of static, occasionally punctuated by garbled bursts from dispatch that faded before they formed coherent words. It adds to the isolation, that electronic silence. You really are on your own. I was making my way up a ridge dense with ancient cedars, trees so old their bark looked like wrinkled elephant hide, their lower branches draped in thick shawls of moss. The light under the dense canopy was perpetual twilight, even in the middle of the afternoon. Visibility was maybe 50 yards in any direction, the fog clinging stubbornly between the massive trunks. It was in a small clearing, a slight dip on the ridgetop, that I saw it. My brain literally stalled for a second. I couldn't process the input. It was like seeing a toaster oven sitting on the surface of the moon. Right there, incongruously placed amidst the ferns and fallen leaves, was a staircase. Not rustic steps carved into the hillside, not decaying remnants of an old logging structure. No, this was a perfectly ordinary indoor wooden staircase. Maybe 10 steps, leading up about 8 feet off the ground. Standard suburban design, simple pine treads, a modest railing on one side with plain vertical banisters, the kind you'd find in 1,000-tract homes built in the 70s or 80s. It looked clean, almost new despite the damp environment. The wood wasn't warped or mossy. It just stood there, leading up to absolutely nothing. Empty air. Below it, nothing. Above it, nothing. Just the dense, indifferent forest surrounding it on all sides. I stopped dead, my breath catching in my throat. My first instinct was denial. Had to be part of an old cabin, right? Maybe a hunting stand I hadn't known about. I scanned the clearing meticulously, circling the bizarre structure from a distance. There was no debris, no rotten foundation timbers, no scattered shingles, no rusted metal scraps, no broken glass. Nothing to indicate a building had ever stood here and collapsed or burned down. The forest floor around the base of the stairs looked undisturbed, covered in the same layer of damp leaves and pine needles as everywhere else. It was as if someone had carefully, deliberately, placed a brand new staircase in the middle of this ancient, remote forest and then vanished. It was then that the radio on my hip crackled loudly, making me jump. Just static, thick and white, like usual. But this time beneath the hiss, almost buried under it, I heard something else. Faint. So faint I thought I was imagining it at first. Music. Distorted, tinny, like it was coming from a very old, very broken speaker. It sounded like carousel music. One of those Johnny, slightly off, key waltzes, but broken, discordant, repeating a fractured phrase over and over again. It seemed to ebb and flow with the static, sometimes clearer, sometimes vanishing entirely, making me question if I was hearing it at all, or if the isolation and the sheer weirdness of the staircase were starting to get to me. I took a step back, then another. Every instinct, honed over years spent in wild places, screamed at me. Not fear of an animal or a person. This was a different kind of warning. A deep, primal sense that whatever this was, it was fundamentally wrong. It didn't belong. It radiated a kind of silent wrongness that made the hair on my arms stand up and a cold knot form in my stomach. Out here, you learn to trust that feeling. It saved my life more than once from widowmakers or unseen drop-offs. This feeling was different, though. Colder. Deeper. It felt like trespassing on something ancient and unknowable. I didn't go near it. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to investigate further. Some doors are best left unopened. And whatever this staircase led to, I had absolutely no desire to find out. My hands were shaking slightly as I pulled out my map and GPS. I marked the coordinates precisely, made a note, anomalous structure, freestanding staircase, Sector G clearing. Then I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the stairs until the massive cedar trunks swallowed them from view. As I retreated, the faint, broken carousel music seemed to linger in the static for just a moment longer before finally fading, leaving only the dripping trees and the heavy, watching silence of the woods. The official report wouldn't capture the chill, that went down my spine, or the absolute certainty that I had stumbled across something that defied every law of nature and reason I knew. And somehow, I knew this wasn't over. Getting out of Sector G felt different than going in. Every shadow seemed deeper, every snap of a twig underfoot sounded unnervingly like footsteps pacing mine, just beyond the veil of trees and fog. The heavy silence I'd noted on the way in now felt pregnant, charged with an unseen energy. The static on my radio persisted, a constant white noise hiss that scraped against my nerves. I kept straining to hear the music within it, that broken carousel tune, half expecting it to surge back at any moment. It didn't, not clearly, but sometimes, when the wind rustled the high branches in a certain way, or when the static momentarily fluctuated in pitch, I'd feel a phantom echo of it, a ghost melody that made my skin crawl. My mind, I told myself, fatigue, stress, the sheer bizarreness of what I'd seen, it had to be. But the feeling of being watched, of having stumbled into a place I wasn't meant to be, clung to me like the damp chill in the air all the way back to the trailhead. It took another 3 hours of hard, fast hiking, driven by an urgency I couldn't quite name, before I reached the muddy track where my truck was parked. Sliding into the familiar driver's seat felt like crossing a threshold back into the rational world. But the sense of normalcy was thin, fragile. The drive back to the main ranger station was mostly silent, the truck's engine a comforting rumble against the backdrop of my churning thoughts. How do you explain a perfectly formed staircase leading to nowhere in the middle of nowhere? How do you articulate the profound sense of wrongness it exuded, or the ghostly music box waltz filtering through radio static? Back at the station under the fluorescent lights and surrounded by the mundane clutter of reports, maps, and equipment, the experience began to feel dreamlike, almost hallucinatory. Maybe the isolation had gotten to me. Maybe I'd misinterpreted some bizarre natural formation, or the remnants of some long-forgotten, completely disintegrated structure, my stressed mind filling in the blanks with impossible details. I tried to rationalize it, turn it over and over, looking for a logical explanation that would fit into the world I knew. But the image remained sharp, clear, undeniable clean pine steps, a simple banister rising into empty air beneath ancient cedars. Filing the report was an exercise in careful ambiguity. What official category does phantom architecture fall under? I couldn't bring myself to write staircase to nowhere, possibly haunted. The ridicule would be immediate and lasting. Careers in this field are built on reliability, observation, and level-headedness. Reporting ghost stares and phantom music was a fast track to desk duty, mandatory psych evaluations, or worse, becoming the butt of jokes for the next decade. So, I hedged. I noted the GPS coordinates, described encountering an unusual terrain feature, mentioned its man-made appearance, but stressed the lack of supporting structural evidence or debris. I deliberately muted the music. It sounded too crazy, even to me, in the sterile light of the office. I concluded the entry with, requires further investigation for verification. It felt like a cop-out, a betrayal of the raw, unsettling certainty I'd felt out there, but it was the best I could do. The following week was hell. The staircase wasn't just a memory, it was an intrusion. It appeared unbidden in my thoughts during routine patrols, surfaced in my dreams where I was climbing the stairs, the broken carousel music growing louder with each step, a suffocating sense of dread building, until I woke up in a cold sweat, heart pounding. I found myself zoning out, staring blankly at maps, tracing the contours leading back to Sector G. Doubt began to gnaw at me relentlessly. Had I imagined it? Was it a waking dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the disorienting environment? The storm, the isolation, the weird light under the canopy. Maybe my brain just glitched. The more I tried to convince myself it wasn't real, the more vivid the memory became, the more palpable the feeling of wrongness. I knew I had to go back. I couldn't leave it like that, a question mark hanging over my sanity and my understanding of the woods I thought I knew so well. But I couldn't go alone. If it was gone, I needed someone to confirm I wasn't crazy. If it was still there, well, I didn't want to face that alone either. I decided to ask Dave. Dave Riley. He's been a ranger almost as long as I have, solid, dependable, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but also an open mind, forged by his own share of strange encounters in the backcountry. He's the kind of guy who'll listen patiently, even if he thinks you're halfway around the bend, before offering a practical perspective. I caught him during a shift change, nursing a cup of coffee that looked strong enough to dissolve rock. Dave. I started trying to sound casual. Remember I mentioned that weird feature I logged out in Sector G last week, the one that looked constructed. He raised an eyebrow. Vaguely. Sounded odd. Why? I need to go back, verify it wasn't just storm debris or something my eyes played tricks on me with. Need a second set of eyes. You free Thursday? He studied me for a moment, his gaze sharp. Dave knew my tells. He could see this was more than just verifying a terrain feature. All right? Mark, he said slowly, what did you really see out there? So I told him. Maybe not everything. I still held back on the full creepiness of the music, framing it more as weird radio interference. But I described the staircase, its pristine condition, its utter isolation, the complete lack of context. I described the feeling it gave me. He listened without interrupting, swirling his coffee. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. A staircase. He finally said, flatly, just sitting there.
Yeah, leading nowhere.
To empty air. He sighed, running a hand over his face. Mark, you know how deep Sector G is. Nobody builds out there. Nobody could haul a prefab staircase miles off trail without heavy equipment, and we'd know about that. Are you sure you weren't just overtired? I know what I saw, Dave. Or at least, I think I do. That's why I need you to come. If it's nothing, fine, I'll check myself in for exhaustion leave. But if it's there, he considered it. Okay, he said eventually.
Okay, Mark.
I'll go. But if we find a pile of rotting logs that kind of looks like stairs if you squint, you owe me a steak dinner. Deal, I said, relief washing over me. Thursday dawned clear and crisp, a perfect fall day, a stark contrast to the gloomy, fog-shrouded conditions of my previous visit. Dave was business, like checking gear, confirming the route. He didn't bring up the strangeness of our objective, treating it like any other backcountry patrol, which I appreciated. The hike felt different with company. We talked, pointed out tracks, discussed routine park matters. But as we pushed deeper, leaving the marked trails behind and entering the dense, old-growth forest of Sector G, a familiar tension began to coil in my gut. Dave noticed my quietness. Getting close, he asked. Should be just over this ridge. I replied, checking the GPS. The coordinates were locked in. My heart rate started to climb. The memory of the clearing, the stairs, the music, the feeling, surged back with unwelcome intensity. We crested the ridge, pushing through the same thickets of cedar and fir. The air here still held that deep woods dampness, the smell of moss and decay. I recognized the cluster of massive, ancient trees, the slight dip in the terrain. This is it, I said, my voice tight. The clearing should be right here. We stepped through the last screen of branches into the small, familiar clearing. Sunlight dappled through the high canopy, illuminating ferns, fallen logs, and the thick carpet of needles and leaves on the forest floor. There was nothing else, just trees. Ancient cedars, moss-covered rocks, damp earth, exactly as you'd expect a small clearing deep in the Pacific Northwest wilderness to look. There was no staircase, no sign that anything had ever been there. No disturbed ground, no broken branches, no impression in the soft soil. Nothing, it was just forest, undisturbed, ancient, indifferent forest. I stared, turning in a slow circle, my GPS unit held out in front of me. The coordinates matched perfectly. This was the exact spot. I knew it was. Dave clapped me on the shoulder, his expression a mixture of relief and concern. See, Mark. Told you. Trick of the light, maybe. Weirdly shaped fallen tree you saw through the fog last week. Storm must have shifted it, or maybe it just looked different in that bad weather. I shook my head, unable to speak for a moment. The certainty of my memory crashed against the undeniable reality in front of me. No, I finally managed, my voice hoarse. It was here, Dave. Right here. It was solid. It was real. He gave me a sympathetic look. Easy, man. The woods play tricks. Especially when you're tired, alone, and just weathered a major storm. Isolation fatigue is a real thing. I knew he was trying to be logical, helpful. But it felt dismissive. It felt like he was validating the doubts I'd already wrestled with, confirming my fear that maybe I was losing my grip. But the cold, primal wrongness I'd felt standing in this exact spot just a week ago, that hadn't faded. That felt just as real as the trees around us. I walked the clearing again, scanning every inch, desperate for any sign, any scrap of evidence that I hadn't imagined at all. There was nothing. It was as if the staircase had simply evaporated, or worse, as if it had never been there at all, a phantom limb of a memory grafted onto my consciousness. Dave waited patiently, letting me search. Finally, I gave up, slumping slightly. Okay, I said, the word tasting like defeat. Let's head back. The hike out was subdued. Dave didn't press the issue, but the unspoken conclusion hung heavy in the air between us. Mark had cracked, just a little under the pressure. He thought I imagined it. Maybe fatigue, maybe the isolation playing tricks. And standing there in that empty clearing, a terrifying part of me started to wonder if he was right. But I knew what I saw. And the fact that it was gone, completely vanished without a trace somehow, that was almost more disturbing than finding it there in the first place. The official report remained unchanged. Unusual terrain feature, subsequently unverified. Some things you learn not to push. But forgetting wasn't going to be that easy. Going back to work after the failed trip to Sector G felt like returning with a secret shame. Dave was decent about it, never brought it up directly again. But there was a subtle shift in how he looked at me, sometimes a flicker of concern, maybe pity in his eyes. He'd occasionally ask if I was getting enough sleep, with a bit too much casualness. The unspoken verdict lingered. Mark had a moment, saw something that wasn't there. Case closed. For him, anyway. For me, the empty clearing where the staircase should have been was somehow more haunting than the impossible object itself. Its absence was deafening, a void carved into reality that only I seemed to perceive. My relationship with the woods, the place I'd considered a second home for 15 years, became complicated. Before, the dangers were tangible predators, weather, treacherous terrain, getting lost. Now, there was a new layer of unease, a feeling that the landscape itself could be unreliable, that the fundamental rules of existence might be optional in certain places at certain times. Every routine patrol near the borders of Sector G felt charged with a low-level dread. I found myself scanning the trees not just for wildlife or hazards, but for anomalies. Straight lines where there should be curves. Unnatural clearings. Objects out of place. My senses felt permanently heightened, but also untrustworthy. Was that flicker of movement just a deer, or something else pretending to be? Was that shadow just a shadow? The most persistent echo of the encounter was the sound. That damned carousel music. It didn't come back often, and never as clearly as it had near the staircase. But it was there, lurking in the periphery of my hearing. Sometimes, late at night, the wind howling through the eaves of my small cabin would carry a phantom melody, a few distorted, tinny notes that sounded achingly familiar, making me sit bolt upright in bed, straining to hear more, only for it to dissolve back into the moan of the wind. Other times, it would bleed through the static of the long-range radio at the station, a fleeting, fractured waltz buried deep in the noise, gone before I could be sure I'd heard it. Once, driving back from a particularly grueling search and rescue operation, exhausted and bleary-eyed, the rhythmic squeak of my truck's aging suspension seemed to resolve, just for a few terrifying seconds, into that broken, looping tune. Each instance was brief, ambiguous, easily explained away as auditory pareidolia, the brain finding patterns in random noise. Fatigue, stress, an overactive imagination feeding on a disturbing memory. That's what the rational part of my mind insisted. But the cold dread that accompanied the sound felt far from imaginary. It felt like a reminder, a whisper from that wrong place, letting me know it hadn't forgotten me, even if it had withdrawn its physical manifestation. Driven by a need to understand, or perhaps just to prove I wasn't completely losing my mind, I started doing some digging. Quietly, discreetly, I spent hours off duty in the dusty station archives, poring over old maps, incident reports going back decades, local histories. I looked for any mention of Sector G being unusual, any reports of missing persons who were last seen in that area, any folklore about strange structures or sounds in those woods. I searched logging company records, wondering if some bizarre, forgotten project had left behind an inexplicable artifact. It was mostly fruitless. Sector G was just remote forestland. There were the usual entries: hikers needing rescue, occasional poaching incidents, wildfire containment lines from years past. Nothing about phantom staircases or inexplicable disappearances clustered in that specific area. I found a few vague references in older, less formal ranger journals to queer spots, or places that feel off, in the deep backcountry, but they were scattered, lacking specific locations or details. One entry from the 1950s mentioned a ranger quitting abruptly after claiming the woods played tricks on his ears, deep in the wilderness, but again, no specifics. It seemed the forest was good at keeping its deepest secrets. Or maybe there simply was no secret to find, only my own fractured perception. The lack of answers didn't bring peace. It solidified the experience as something isolated, unique, and therefore more terrifyingly real to me. The psychological toll mounted subtly over time. I became more reserved, less likely to share stories around the station coffee pot. Sleep offered little respite, often disturbed by dreams, not just of the stairs themselves, but of the empty clearing, the feeling of wrongness intensifying until I woke with a gasp. My trust in my own judgment, a ranger's most crucial tool, felt compromised. How could I rely on my senses when they might conjure impossible things out of thin air, or fail to see what was Elo, or wasn't right in front of me? I learned to live with it, mostly. You can't function in this job if you're constantly second, guessing reality. I pushed the memory down, filed it away under unexplained, and best left alone. I still patrol, I still do my job. I still find beauty and solace in the vastness of the wilderness. But there's a boundary now, a line in my mental map that I don't cross. I avoid Sector G unless absolutely necessary. And when I do have to go near there, I'm armed not just with my standard gear, but with a heavy sense of caution, a readiness to retreat at the first hint of anything profoundly wrong. It's like the old-timers say, some things out here, you learn not to push. You see something that doesn't belong, something that makes the hair on your neck stand up for no earthly reason. You note it, you mark it, and you walk away. You don't poke it, you don't investigate too closely. Because sometimes, finding an explanation isn't the point. Sometimes, the point is recognizing that there are things operating on rules you don't understand, existing in places they shouldn't, and that knowing that is enough. Trying to force them into your neat little box of comprehension might just invite something terrible out. The official report still reads, usual terrain feature, subsequently unverified. That's where it stays. 15 years I've been doing this. I've seen majestic, terrifying, and utterly baffling things. Tracked cuggers stalking prey, witnessed the raw power of avalanches, found people lost and delirious after days alone. But the staircase remains the king of my unsettling memories. Not just because it was impossible, but because it vanished. It was there, solid and real enough to chill me to the bone, and then it wasn't. It existed outside the narrative, a glitch in the world, and then it corrected itself, leaving only an echo in my mind and a faint, broken melody sometimes carried on the wind when it howls just right through the ancient trees, late at night. It's a reminder that the wilderness is older, deeper, and infinitely stranger than we can ever truly grasp, and some secrets are best left undisturbed, lurking just off the edge of the map. My name is Sarah, though out here, names sometimes feel like echoes from another life, thin and brittle against the immensity of the wilderness. Most people back home thought I was crazy when I signed up for a season as a fire lookout in the Shoshone National Forest, Wyoming. Just saying the name conjures images of vast, unforgiving landscapes, jagged peaks scraping, a sky so big it feels like it could swallow you whole. And that's precisely what I wanted, to be swallowed, in a way, to trade the suffocating noise of the city, the endless demands and notifications, for a different kind of intensity, the profound, almost deafening silence of true isolation. I've always been comfortable with my own company, maybe even preferred it. Solitude, I thought, was a balm, a space where the mind could finally unspool. I wasn't running from anything specific, more like running towards a sense of clarity I felt I'd lost somewhere along the way. The journey to the lookout tower was an ascent into another world. First, the long drive on paved roads that dwindled into gravel tracks, then rough dirt paths barely wide enough for the Forest Service truck. Finally, it was just me, a heavy pack, in a steep, winding trail that snaked up through dense pine and aspen groves. With every step higher, the air grew thinner, sharper, carrying the scent of pine resin and damp earth. The sounds of civilization, the distant hum of traffic, the low growl of machinery faded completely, replaced by the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the call of a hawk circling overhead, and the ever-present sigh of the wind moving through the trees. It felt like shedding layers of noise, stripping down to something essential. My post for the season was the Thorpe Lookout, perched precariously on a rocky outcrop at nearly 10,000 feet. It wasn't a quaint log cabin. It was a starkly functional structure, a 14 by 14-foot room walled with glass windows, sitting atop a 50-foot steel tower. Functional, exposed, and utterly alone. The first time I climbed the narrow, steep stairs, my legs shaking slightly from the exertion and maybe a touch of vertigo, the view that greeted me stole my breath. It wasn't just a view, it was a panorama of raw creation. Mountains unfolded in every direction, range after range receding into hazy blue distances. Valleys plunged below, carved by ancient glaciers, carpeted in forests so dense they looked like moss from this height. Lakes glittered like scattered shards of glass. It was magnificent, terrifyingly beautiful, and humbling. This tiny box, this glass cage, was my world now. Inside, it was Spartan but equipped for the job. A battered wooden desk held the Osborne Fire Funder, a wonderfully analog brass instrument used to pinpoint smoke, along with logbooks, maps crisscrossed with grid lines, and the vital radio, my only link to the outside world. A small cot was folded against one wall, a propane stove sat in the corner, and shelves held basic supplies meant to last weeks between infrequent resupply runs. The rhythmic crackle and occasional bursts of chatter from the radio were strangely comforting initially, reminders that other humans existed, even if they were miles away, down in the world I'd climbed away from. The first few weeks passed in a blur of routine and quiet awe. Mornings began with the sunrise painting the eastern peaks in impossible shades of pink and gold. I'd make coffee, scan the vast expanse methodically with binoculars, checking for the tail wisp of smoke that signaled my purpose for being there. I logged weather conditions, watched cloud formations build and dissipate, tracked the slow crawl of shadows across the valleys. The silence was profound, broken only by the elements, the buzz of insects on hot afternoons, the distant rumble of thunder from afternoon storms that skirted the peaks, the cry of birds, and the wind. Always the wind. It was the wind that first began to feel different. Up here, exposed on all sides, the wind wasn't just a breeze, it was a physical presence. It could sigh gently through the steel legs of the tower, a low metallic hum. It could whisper around the corners of the cabin, finding tiny cracks to whistle through. Or it could howl, a raw, primal force that made the entire structure groan and sway slightly, rattling the window panes in their frames. I learned its moods, its different voices. But then, maybe 3 or 4 weeks in, I started hearing more. At first, it was barely perceptible, easily dismissed. A fleeting sound on the edge of hearing, lost in a gust. Did that gust sound almost like a murmur? I'd shake my head, blame it on the altitude, the thin air playing tricks, or maybe just fatigue after a long day of scanning the horizon. The mind craves patterns, seeks voices in random noise. pareidolia of sound, I told myself. Perfectly normal. Yet, the occurrences became less easy to brush off. During stronger blows, when the wind sculpted invisible shapes around the tower, I'd catch snippets that sounded uncannily like hushed conversation, just beyond the threshold of understanding, like standing outside a room where people were whispering secrets. I'd freeze, straining to listen, but the sounds would be swallowed by the next gust, leaving only the steady roar or whistle. I started leaving the windows cracked open just a sliver, hoping to catch the sounds more clearly, then chided myself for being foolish. It was just wind. Wind hitting rocks, funneling through canyons, carrying the sounds of the forest. Except it didn't always sound like the forest. It didn't sound like animal cries or trees creaking. Sometimes, late at night, when the moon cast long, skeletal shadows across the landscape and the wind picked up its mournful song, the murmurs seemed to coalesce, taking on a cadence that felt disturbingly human. Not words, not yet, but rhythms, inflections, the rise and fall of hushed, urgent whispers that seemed to coil around the tower, pressing it against the glass. I'd find myself standing stock, still in the center of the small room, listening intently, heart beating a little faster than it should, straining to decipher the impossible. The isolation I had craved started to feel less like peaceful solitude and more like vulnerability. Out there in the vast, empty wilderness, the wind was talking, and I was beginning to suspect I wasn't entirely alone. The rational part of my brain fought back, offering explanations, atmospheric effects. The strange acoustics of the mountains, my own mind projecting onto the noise. But another older part of me, the part that responds to the rustle in the dark, was starting to feel a prickle of genuine fear. The wind wasn't just wind anymore. It felt like it was carrying secrets, fragments of something old and unsettled, and it was starting to whisper them right outside my window. The initial unease I'd felt in those first weeks began to curdle into something heavier, a constant, low-grade anxiety that hummed just beneath the surface of my days. The whispers were no longer occasional anomalies. They were becoming a regular feature of the soundscape, as much a part of the tower's environment as the creak of the steel frame or the cry of a distant eagle. Sleep became shallower, interrupted by gusts of wind that carried not just noise, but inflection. I'd jolt awake in the narrow cot, heart hammering, convinced I'd heard a word, a phrase, just on the edge of intelligibility. But straining to listen in the profound darkness, there was only the moan of the wind, seemingly mocking my attempts to understand. The character of the sounds began to shift too. It wasn't just indistinct murmuring anymore. Sometimes, carried on a sudden, violent gust, I'd hear what sounded chillingly like laughter, not joyful, but sharp, almost cruel, cutting through the air for a second before vanishing. Other times, especially during gray, drizzly afternoons when mist clung to the peaks and visibility dropped to near zero, I'd hear sobbing. Faint, desperate weeping that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, tugging at some primal chord of empathy deep inside me, even as my rational mind screamed that it was impossible. Once, I distinctly heard a sharp, angry exchange clipped tones, overlapping voices, like a snippet of a terrible argument snatched by the wind and thrown against my window. It lasted only moments, but the venom in the phantom voices left me cold. I tried desperately to cling to logic. Atmospheric acoustics, I repeated to myself, echoing the potential explanation I knew existed for sound carrying over long distances in mountainous terrain. Wind tunnels, freak conditions. Maybe the unique geography around the Thorpe Lookout created a natural amphitheater, catching and distorting sounds from miles away hikers in a valley, campers, maybe even sounds from the small towns dozens of miles distant. I pored over the maps, tracing canyons and ridges, trying to visualize how sound might travel. I read through the old logbooks again, searching for any hint, any coded mention by previous lookouts of similar experiences. I found detailed weather logs, notes on smoke sightings, comments on the beauty or the boredom, but nothing about voices in the wind. Was I the only one? Was this isolation, the sheer weight of all this empty space, finally cracking my sanity. The solitude I had craved now felt like a trap. The vast, beautiful wilderness outside the glass panes began to feel menacing, watchful. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was expectant, waiting for the next gust, the next inexplicable sound. I started keeping the windows shut tight, even when the cabin grew stuffy. The silence inside was thick, amplifying the thud of my own pulse in my ears, but I preferred it to the insidious whispers outside. I found myself talking aloud more often, narrating my actions. Okay, time to check the southwest quadrant. Just boiling water for tea. Anything to fill the oppressive quiet with a sound I recognized, a voice I knew was real. My own. Then came the first time it sounded like something specific, something demanding attention. It was late afternoon, the sky bruised purple and gray in the west, promising a storm. The wind was picking up, rattling the radio antenna, and carried on one particularly strong gust. I heard it faint, but clear enough to make me freeze. Help! It was thin, stretched, almost lost in the roar, but it sounded agonizingly human, and it seemed to come from the direction of the treacherous Blackjaw Ridge, miles away, a place notorious for catching unwary hikers. My hand hovered over the radio handset. Protocol dictated reporting any potential distress signal, but my mind raced. Was it real? Or was it another trick of the wind, my own heightened anxiety twisting the noise into a word I subconsciously feared hearing? What if I radioed it in, launched a search and rescue operation based on wind? The potential embarrassment, the confirmation of my own instability, felt paralyzing. I scanned Blackjaw Ridge with the binoculars until my eyes ached, seeing nothing but rock and darkening forest. The sound didn't repeat. After an hour of agonizing indecision, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just the wind. But a seed of doubt and a heavier dose of guilt remained. That night, the storm arrived. It wasn't like the usual afternoon thunderstorms that grumbled and passed. This was different. The wind built steadily through the evening, rising from a mournful moan to a furious, high-pitched shriek that seemed to tear at the very structure of the tower. The air grew heavy, electric, charged with ozone. Darkness fell swift and absolute, broken only by blinding flashes of lightning that sizzled across the sky, illuminating the wreathing clouds and the rain. Lashed landscape in stark, terrifying relief. The thunder wasn't distant rumbling. It was a physical concussion, explosions that cracked directly overhead, shaking the tower down to its foundations. Rain hammered against the glass like thrown gravel. I huddled on the cot, pulling a blanket tight around me, feeling incredibly small and exposed. This tower, my sanctuary and my world, felt like a fragile birdcage in the talons of a hurricane. And the voices of the storm didn't drown them out. It amplified them. They rode the shrieking wind, swirling around the cabin in a cacophony of sound. The whispers were insistent now, overlapping, a multitude of voices crying, laughing, pleading, arguing, all tangled together in the gale's fury. It felt like the air itself was screaming, full of unseen, tormented entities caught in the storm's rage. Fear was a cold knot in my stomach. I wasn't just afraid of the storm's power. I was terrified of the voices it carried, the clear sense that something deeply unnatural was clawing at the edges of my reality. Then, at the absolute zenith of the storm's violence, when the wind felt like it might rip the cabin from its moorings, and the thunder seemed to split the sky, it happened. Above the roar, above the chaos, clear as a spoken word right beside my ear, I heard my name. Sarah. It wasn't shouted. It was whispered, intimate, chillingly close. I gasped, spinning around so fast the blanket fell away. My heart felt like it exploded in my chest. My eyes darted wildly around the small, cramped space. The desk, the stove, the cot, the maps pinned to the wall, fluttering slightly in a draft I hadn't noticed. Nothing. No one. Just me, the howl of the wind, the relentless drumming of the rain, and the strobing, blue, white glare of the lightning revealing the empty corners of my tiny prison. But I had heard it, as clearly as I'd ever heard anything in my life. My name spoken by an unseen presence. Inside the storm, inside my sanctuary, the last vestiges of rationalization shattered. This wasn't acoustics. This wasn't my imagination. Something was here. Something knew my name, and it was whispering to me in the heart of the tempest. The storm eventually blew itself out, leaving behind a world washed clean and startlingly silent under a pale dawn sky. Steam rose from the damp forest below, and the air felt thin and scoured. But inside the tower, the atmosphere remained thick with the residue of fear. The terror of hearing my name whispered so intimately hadn't dissipated with the clouds. It had etched itself into my psyche, transforming the background radiation of unease into a constant, sharp awareness. Every creak of the tower, every sigh of the now gentle breeze made me jump. Sleep offered little refuge when I did drift off, exhausted. My dreams were filled with swirling winds and indistinct voices calling my name from just out of sight. Rationalization was a luxury I could no longer afford. Something was out there, or perhaps in here, intertwined with the wind, and it knew who I was. The nature of the phenomenon seemed to shift again after that night. The chaotic cacophony of the storm subsided, but the whispers didn't vanish entirely. They became less frequent, perhaps, but more focused, and they began more clearly to carry distress. A few days after the big storm, during a spell of calm, clear weather, I heard it again. Not my name this time, but a faint, repetitive sound carried on a thermal updraft from a deep canyon to the north, a sound like a child crying. It persisted, rising and falling, a thin thread of sound against the immense silence. My blood ran cold. The memory of the help I'd potentially ignored weeks before, combined with the chilling intimacy of hearing my own name, spurred me into action this time. My hand trembled as I keyed the radio microphone. "Thorpe, look out to dispatch," I said, my voice tight. "Go ahead, Thorpe," the familiar, slightly bored voice crackled back. "Dispatch. Oh, I think I'm hearing something, possibly a distress call. Sounds like a child weeping. Seems to be coming from the vicinity of Jasper Canyon." There was a pause. "You hearing it, Sarah?" "Not seeing smoke. No smoke. Dispatch. Just hearing it. On the wind." I braced myself for the skepticism. Another pause, longer this time. "All right, Thorpe. Jasper Canyon, you said?" "We'll log it. Keep an ear out. Let us know if it changes." The professional neutrality couldn't quite mask the undertone of doubt. I spent the rest of the day consumed by anxiety, constantly scanning Jasper Canyon with the binoculars, straining to hear the sound again over the radio's static. It faded in and out with the shifting breezes. Was it real? Was I sending SAR teams on a wild goose chase based on wind-borne phantoms? The guilt and self-doubt gnawed at me. Late the next afternoon, the radio crackled to life again. It was the SAR coordinator. "Dispatch to Thorpe Lookout." "Ooh, go ahead." I answered, heart leaping into my throat. "Just wanted to update you, Sarah. SAR team located a family in Jasper Canyon. Their 4-year-old son wandered off yesterday afternoon while they were setting up camp. They found him about an hour ago, scared and cold, but unharmed, not far from where your coordinates suggested." A wave of dizziness washed over me. Relief, potent and overwhelming, mingled with a profound, chilling unease. It was real. The wind had carried the sound of that lost child's crying, and I had heard it. I mumbled my thanks, logged the update, and sat down heavily on the cot, staring out at the vast, indifferent landscape. I hadn't imagined it, but the implications were staggering. What force, what phenomenon, was using the mountain winds as its communication channel, and why was I the receiver? This pattern repeated itself several times over the remaining weeks of my season. Not every whisper turned out to be a verifiable emergency. Sometimes I'd report faint calls or shouts, only for searches to turn up nothing, reinforcing the skepticism of the rangers below and my own nagging fear that I was losing my grip. But then there was the time I heard snippets of frantic shouting, mentioning a fall and a broken leg, seemingly originating from a remote, seldom used trail on the western slope. Hesitantly, I radioed it in. 2 days later, SAR airlifted a lone hiker with a severely fractured femur from that exact area. He'd fallen, his emergency beacon had malfunctioned, and he'd been shouting for help for nearly 36 hours before exposure and dehydration silenced him. He was found just in time. During my next resupply run, the district ranger, A weathered man named Henderson with kind eyes but a no-nonsense demeanor brought it up cautiously. "Sarah," he began, leaning against the railing outside the cabin, "we appreciate the vigilance. Those calls you've reported, the ones that panned out, it's remarkable." He paused, choosing his words carefully. These mountains do strange things with sound. Atmospheric acoustics, inversions, wind tunnels, sound can carry for miles, get distorted. Probably just hearing echoes bouncing off the canyon walls, carried up here on freak air currents. He smiled reassuringly. "Just nature playing tricks." I nodded, forcing a smile back. Yeah, acoustics. Must be it. But his explanation, logical as it sounded, felt hollow. It explained the how, perhaps, but not the what or the why. It didn't explain the clarity sometimes, the intelligence behind the fragments of conversation, the sobbing, the cruel laughter. It didn't explain how the wind knew my name and whispered it next to my ear during the height of a storm. It felt like a convenient label slapped onto something fundamentally mysterious and unsettling. As summer bled into fall, the aspens turned brilliant gold, and the nights grew sharp with the promise of snow. My season drew to a close. Packing my gear felt surreal. Part of me was desperate to leave the whispering isolation of the tower, to return to a world where wind was just wind. But another part felt inexplicably bound to this place, this glass box perched between the earth and the sky, where the air itself seemed alive with secrets. The descent felt like waking from a strange, intense dream. The familiar sounds of the lower elevations, the chatter of squirrels, the gurgle of streams, eventually the distant sound of cars, felt both alien and comforting. I didn't take another lookout job. I settled back into a life filled with the ordinary noises of civilization. Traffic, voices, music, the hum of electricity. Yet the experience never fully left me. It resides in the back of my mind, a quiet hum beneath the surface. And on certain nights, especially in the autumn or winter when the wind picks up, howling around the corners of buildings or rattling the windows, I find myself freezing instinctively, listening, not consciously at first, but with a deep-seated reflex honed by weeks of straining to hear the impossible. I'll stand by the window or stop momentarily on a quiet street, head tilted slightly, filtering out the mundane noise, wondering, was that just the wind whistling through the eaves? Or was it something else? A faint murmur, a snatch of a distant cry, an echo carried on the breeze from some unknown place, some unknown sorrow. Most times it's nothing, just the wind. But sometimes I'm not so sure. I never got any answers up there on Thorpe Lookout. I only learned that the world is wider, stranger, and more resonant than we usually allow ourselves to believe. And that sometimes, if you listen closely enough, the wind really does carry voices. You just might not want to know what they're saying. My name's Ranger Thomas Thompson, though most folks just stick with the title. Been working this sprawling stretch of national parkland up in the Pacific Northwest for, well, let's just say the lines on my face map out more seasons than the rings on some of the younger firs around here. It's a vast place, this park. Miles upon miles of dense forest. Jagged peaks that scrape the underbelly of the clouds, and rivers that cut through the valleys like silver veins. By day, it's postcard beautiful, the kind of place city dwellers flock to for a dose of wilderness. They hike the marked trails, snap photos of deer, maybe catch a glimpse of a bald eagle soaring overhead. They see the surface, the curated beauty we rangers help maintain. But night is different. The darkness here isn't just the absence of light, it's a presence. It blankets everything, muffles the familiar, and lets the older, stranger things stir. My dad, he was a ranger here before me. Samuel Thompson. The man knew these woods like the back of his hand, every creek, every game trail, every hidden meadow. He taught me everything I needed to know to survive out here. Professionally speaking, the official stuff. How to track a lost hiker, how to handle a defensive black bear, so first aid for everything from snake bites to hypothermia, wildfire prevention protocols, the whole 9 yards. He drilled the standard park rules into my head until I could recite them in my sleep Don't feed the wildlife, pack it in. Pack it out, stick to designated trails, campfires in designated pits only. Common sense, mostly designed to keep both the visitors and the park safe. He was a the book kind of guy, my dad. Stern but fair. Took his duty seriously, but there were other rules. The ones not printed in any official manual or visitor brochure. The ones he only started sharing when I proved I wasn't just some green kid playing dress up in a ranger uniform. Specifically when I started pulling the solitary night shifts, patrolling the deeper, less traveled sectors of the park. He'd tell me these things quietly, usually over a thermos of lukewarm coffee in the dawn chill of the ranger station. His voice low, his eyes scanning the tree line outside the window as if expecting something to be listening. These weren't rules about bears or campfires. These were stranger. Warnings about places you didn't go after sundown, about specific sounds you didn't want to hear, and, perhaps the most unsettling, about a particular lack of sound. He called it dead blue. That was his term for it, not just quiet, mind you. The woods get quiet at night, a peaceful, natural hush broken only by the chirp of a cricket, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, or the distant murmur of a creek. That's normal quiet. Restful. Dead blue. That was something else entirely. He described it as an unnatural, absolute silence. A void where sound should be. It would fall over a section of the forest, sometimes small, sometimes disturbingly large, and everything would just cease. No crickets, no wind filtering through the pines, no rustling of unseen critters in the undergrowth, no distant water sounds. Nothing. He said the air itself felt different in a dead blue patch, thick, heavy, like wading through invisible molasses. He said, even the sound of your own heartbeat in your ears felt wrong, muffled, distant, like it belonged to someone else. The first time he told me about it, I almost laughed. Thought he was pulling my leg, hazing the rookie, even though I wasn't exactly a rookie anymore. Dead blue. Sounded like something out of a bad campfire story. But the look in his eyes stopped me. There was no humor there, no twinkle of a prankster, just a deep, ingrained seriousness that bordered on fear. It was the same look he got sometimes when talking about search and rescue operations that went cold, the ones where experienced hikers vanished without a trace from well-marked trails. Listen to me, Thomas, he'd said, gripping my arm tighter than usual. This ain't a joke. If you're out there, deep in, and you hit a dead blue, if all the world just stops talking to you, you don't get curious. You don't pull out your flashlight and go looking for the cause. You don't even pause to think about it. He leaned closer, his voice barely a whisper despite us being alone. You put the truck in reverse, or you turn your ass around on foot, and you leave. Don't stop. Don't look back. Just get out of that patch, fast as you can without breaking your neck. Keep going until you hear the world again, until the crickets start chirping or the wind starts sighing. Don't you dare stop until you hear it. He never explained why, never elaborated on what caused the dead blue or what might happen if you ignored the warning. He just repeated the rule, the absolute imperative: get out. Immediately. The vagueness was almost worse than a specific threat. It left my imagination to fill in the blanks, and my imagination, fueled by the isolation and the inherent spookiness of the deep woods at night, could conjure some pretty unpleasant scenarios. Still, a part of me remained skeptical. An absolute, unnatural silence. It seemed scientifically unlikely. Maybe Dad was just overly cautious. Maybe he'd misinterpreted a strange weather phenomenon once. For years, I patrolled the night shifts, covering hundreds of miles of lonely park roads and trails, and while I encountered plenty of eerie things, strange lights in the sky, sounds I couldn't quite place, the unsettling feeling of being watched, I never experienced anything like the dead blue he described. The memory of his warning faded, relegated to the back of my mind as just another one of the old man's quirks, another layer of the park's local folklore. Until that night in late October, deep in the northern sector, on a fire road rarely used outside of emergencies. That night, I learned my father wasn't hazing me. He wasn't exaggerating. And the silence was real. It was late October, as I said. The kind of night where the air bites with the promise of winter just around the corner, and the fallen leaves lay thick and damp on the ground, muffling footsteps and tired trades alike. I was deep in the northern sector, patrolling Fire Road 74 North, a chewed-up gravel track that snakes through some of the oldest growth timber in the park. It's remote out there. Radio reception gets spotty, cell service is a myth, and you can go a whole shift without seeing another soul. Usually, I find a certain peace in that isolation. Not this night. I'd been driving for maybe an hour past the last main junction, the headlights cutting a swath through the impenetrable darkness. Beneath the canopy, the familiar sounds of the night were my companions, the low rumble of the truck's engine, the crunch and spit of gravel beneath the tires, the occasional hoot of a great horned owl cutting through the crisp air, the ceaseless, almost subliminal hum of insects that forms the baseline soundtrack of the woods after dark. It was normal, routine. Then it wasn't. It wasn't a gradual fading. It was instantaneous. One moment, the symphony of the night was there. The next, absolute. Profound silence slammed down like a physical barrier. It was so sudden, so complete, that my first thought was that I'd gone deaf. I remember instinctively reaching up, touching my ears, feeling the blood pound in them, a frantic, desperate rhythm against the utter void outside. But I could hear that. I could hear the frantic thump of my own heart, suddenly deafening in the stillness. I could hear the faint, high-pitched whine in my ears that you only notice when all external sound is stripped away. I could even hear the almost imperceptible creak of the leather seat beneath me as I shifted. But the world outside the truck cab, nothing. The engine was still running, the dashboard lights were on, the RPM needle steady, but the sound of it was wrong. Muffled, distant, like it was wrapped in thick layers of felt or submerged underwater. The familiar, reassuring rumble was gone, replaced by a low, dull thrum that barely registered, that felt completely disconnected from the vibrations I could still feel through the steering wheel and floorboards. The wind, which had been sighing through the pines just moments before, ceased to exist. Not a whisper, not a rustle of a single leaf on the millions of branches surrounding me. The ever-present chorus of crickets and night insects vanished, utterly. I rolled down the window, slowly, the electric motor sounding unnervingly loud in the vacuum. The air that flowed in wasn't cold and crisp anymore. It felt thick, heavy, almost viscous, pressing against my skin with a palpable weight. It didn't carry the usual sense of damp earth and pine needles. It smelled of nothing, clean and sterile like the inside of a vacuum chamber. I strained my ears, listening so hard my temples began to ache. Nothing, not the faintest whisper, not the snap of a twig, not the call of a distant animal. It was a silence so profound, so absolute, it felt like the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting. And then my dad's voice, echoing in my memory, sharp and urgent. If you hit a dead blue, son, you don't investigate. You turn around, get back in the truck, and you leave. Don't stop till you hear the world again. The skepticism I'd harbored for years evaporated like mist in the sun, replaced by a cold primal fear that started deep in my gut and spread outwards, making the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stand on end. This was it. This was the dead blue. It wasn't folklore. It wasn't an old man's rambling. It was real, and I was sitting right in the middle of it. My training, my instinct as a ranger, screamed at me to figure it out. What could cause this? A freak atmospheric condition. Some kind of localized acoustic anomaly. My hand even started to reach for the spotlight switch, the urge to pierce the oppressive darkness, to see what could cause such stillness, almost overwhelming. But my father's face swam before my eyes, the seriousness, the underlying fear. His warning wasn't a suggestion. It was a commandment born of experience I couldn't begin to fathom. My hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel. My breathing was shallow, hitched. I didn't think. I reacted. Following the ingrained instruction, I jammed the gear stick into reverse. The transmission made a clunking sound that seemed obscenely loud, yet strangely deadened, Lacking any echo, I eased off the brake, resisting the urge to slam down the accelerator. The truck began to roll backward, tires crunching over the leaf litter and gravel. Or were they? The sound was there, but like the engine noise, it felt muted, stifled. As if the silence was actively consuming the sound waves before they could properly propagate. I didn't look in the rearview mirror, more than absolutely necessary to keep the truck on the narrow track. My eyes were fixed forward through the windshield, looking back the way I came, praying for the familiar bend in the road that I knew was about a quarter mile back. Driving in reverse felt clumsy, agonizingly slow. Every instinct screamed to turn around, to face whatever might be behind me, but my father's rule was absolute: don't stop. Don't look back. Just leave the silent zone. It felt like an eternity, backing through that oppressive, soundless void. The thick air seemed to resist the truck's movement. The darkness outside felt absolute, pressing in. Was it my imagination, or did the shadows under the trees seem deeper, less defined, swallowing the beams of my reverse lights? I felt intensely vulnerable, exposed. Like something ancient and vast was aware of my presence, observing my panicked retreat from its domain of silence. I kept backing up, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against the unnatural quiet. Mile marker, tree shape, bend in the road. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, just some sign I was out. Then it happened. A single cricket chirped. It was so loud, so sudden in the absolute stillness, that I flinched violently, gasping, my foot jerking on the brake. Then another joined in, and another. Within seconds, the familiar, blessed cacophony of the night rushed back in, flooding my ears like a physical wave. The wind sighed through the pines overhead, rustling leaves. The engine noise snapped back to its normal, grounding rumble. The world was breathing again. The silence hadn't faded, it had shattered, instantly replaced by the vibrant life of the forest night. I slammed the gear stick into park, my hands trembling so badly I could barely grip it. I sat there for a long time, window still down, just listening, breathing in the blessedly normal night air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The wave of relief was immense, but underneath it, the terror lingered, cold and sharp. I touched something deeply unnatural, something that defied explanation. I turned the truck around slowly, carefully, and drove back towards the main sector, the station, the land of the living. I didn't report it. What could I possibly write in the log? 11:47 p.m. encountered patch of extreme quiet on FR 74N. Reversed promptly per unofficial patternal protocol. They'd think I'd lost my mind. But I knew that the silence was real. And I knew, with chilling certainty, that my father's warning wasn't just about preserving my sanity. That absolute silence meant something else, something final. Fear it. I certainly did now. Years have passed since that night on Fire Road 74 North. More years than I care to count, truth be told. Seasons turned, snows melted, wildflowers bloomed, leaves fell, and the park continued its ancient rhythms. I continued mine too, patrolling, assisting visitors, filing reports. On the surface, everything went back to normal, but beneath the surface, within me, something had irrevocably shifted. That encounter with the dead blue carved a deep groove into my psyche, one that time hasn't smoothed over. I never went back down FR 74N after dark if I could possibly help it. If a call required it, I went, but with a knot of ice in my stomach and my ears strained for the slightest hint of the world going quiet. Mostly, I found excuses, rerouted patrols, let the younger, more blissfully ignorant rangers handle calls deep in that northern sector at night. They probably thought I was getting soft in my old age, maybe a bit spooked by the isolation. Let them. Better spooked than whatever happens to those who don't heed the warning. My father passed away about 5 years after my encounter. Peaceful in his sleep. Took his secrets with him. I tried, once, subtly, to broach the subject with a couple of the other old-timers, guys who'd worked alongside my dad for decades. Mentioned strange, quiet spots, atmospheric anomalies. I got vague nods, uncomfortable shifts in weight, mumbled comments about weird patches, and places the sound don't carry right. But no one met my eye. No one offered specifics. No one used the term dead blue. It was clear it was something known, perhaps even experienced by others, but definitely not discussed. An unspoken rule among those who knew: you don't talk about the silence. Maybe talking about it draws its attention. The fear never truly left. It became a constant, low, level hum beneath my daily thoughts, especially during night shifts. Every pause in the wind, every momentary lull in the insect chorus would send a jolt of adrenaline through me. I found myself listening differently. Not just listening for sounds, but listening for their absence. It changes you, that kind of hypervigilance. Makes the familiar woods feel alien, potentially hostile. And I think I almost found it again. Twice. Once about 10 years ago, patrolling the western boundary near Whisper Creek Canyon, another notoriously remote area. It was a humid summer night, thick with the buzz of mosquitoes. Suddenly, the air temperature plummeted. Goosebumps erupted on my skin despite the humidity. The buzzing of insects seemed to thin out abruptly, and the air took on that same heavy, stagnant quality I remembered. That pressing stillness. I didn't wait, didn't rationalize. I slammed the truck into a 3-point turn on the narrow track, tires spitting gravel, and drove back the way I came, heart pounding. Within a minute, the temperature returned to normal, the air lightened, and the full chorus of the night resumed. A near miss. A warning. Another time, more recently, I wasn't even in it. I was parked on a ridge overlooking Black Bear Valley, scanning with binoculars just after dusk. Down below, maybe half a mile away, I saw a small herd of elk grazing peacefully. Then, I noticed it through the amplified sound device I sometimes use. The sound from that specific patch of the valley floor just cut off. One moment, I could hear the faint sounds of the elk moving, the rustle of grass. The next, silence from that specific area, like a cone of acoustic deadness, had dropped over it. The elk seemed to sense it too. They froze, heads up, ears twitching nervously, before suddenly bolting, crashing through the trees away from the silent spot. I watched, frozen, as the silence seemed to linger there for a few minutes, before the normal ambient sounds of the valley floor gradually filtered back in. I never went down into Black Bear Valley after that. These incidents, coupled with the memory of my father's gravity, made me think. Think about the other stories, the ones usually dismissed as hiker exaggeration or local legend. The hikers who vanish without a trace from well-trodden paths. The search parties that find gear neatly stacked, but no sign of the person. The unsettlingly empty campsites discovered miles from anywhere. We always blamed disorientation, animal attacks, hidden crevices, sudden illness. Standard explanations. But now I wondered, how many of them stumbled into a dead blue? How many got curious? How many didn't turn back? What is the dead blue? My rational mind still struggles. A localized vacuum, a temporal distortion, some kind of psychic dead zone. Is it a creature that consumes sound? Or is the silence merely a byproduct, a wake left by something vast and silent moving through the woods? My father called it dead blue. Why blue? Did he see something? Or was it just a name that felt right for the cold, dead feeling it imparted? I don't have answers. Only the certainty that it's real, it's dangerous, and it's tied to the deepest, oldest parts of this park. The parts that were here long before ranger stations and hiking trails. The parts that remember Eris man has long forgotten. My father taught me the rule about the silence. But what other rules are there? What other phenomena did he know about, witness, and keep locked away behind that stern, watchful gaze? What other secrets do these ancient woods hold close? I'm nearing retirement now. Soon I'll hang up my hat, turn in my keys, and leave these woods to the next generation of rangers. I've passed on the official knowledge, just like my dad did. But I haven't passed on the warning about the dead blue. Not explicitly. How could I? They wouldn't believe me any more than I believe my father, not until they experience it themselves. Perhaps some knowledge can only be earned through terror. So I leave them to it, to the beauty and the danger. But sometimes, even now, sitting on my porch miles away, if the night gets too quiet, if the crickets pause for just a moment too long, a chill runs down my spine, because I know that the silence is still out there. waiting. A pocket of absolute stillness in the heart of the wild. A place where the world stops breathing. My dad was right. Absolute silence means death. Fear it, always. My name's Dave. For the better part of 15 years, I wore the patch of search and rescue up in the Canadian Rockies. It's a job that gets under your skin, stays with you long after you've hung up the uniform. People romanticize it, think it's all helicopter rides and heroic rescues against stunning backdrops. And yeah, sometimes it is. More often, though, it's hours, days, sometimes weeks of methodical grid searching, pushing through dense undergrowth, scanning vast, empty slopes, fueled by lukewarm coffee and the knowing hope you'll find someone before the cold really sets in, before the wildlife does, before hope runs out entirely. Most of the calls we got were, well, predictable in a grim sort of way. You get the tourists who treat the backcountry like a theme park, wandering off marked trails in flip-flops. No map, no water, no clue. You get the experienced hikers who have one moment of bad luck, a slip on loose scree, a sudden whiteout, a wrong turn in fading light. And then there are the kids. Kids have this uncanny ability to just evaporate. 1 second they're chasing a butterfly, the next they've slipped behind a tree, wandered down a gully, and are utterly, terrifyingly lost. Finding them is usually a race against time, against the elements, against their own fear. It's heart-wrenching work seeing the parents' faces itch with raw panic. But when you do find them, maybe cold and scared but alive, there's no feeling quite like it. Those moments balance out the darker ones, the times you're bringing someone back in a body bag, or worse, bringing back nothing at all, but you learn to process it. You compartmentalize. You understand the risks, the unforgiving nature of the mountains. Avalanches, rockfalls, hypothermia, animal encounters, they're tragic, yes, but they make a grim kind of sense within the ecosystem we operate in. You can usually piece together what likely happened, offer some kind of closure, however inadequate, except for the Miller case. That one didn't fit any pattern. It burrowed into the psyche of everyone involved, a splinter of ice that never quite melted. It defied logic, defied explanation, and left behind a silence heavier than any snowfall. Even now, years retired, living miles away from those jagged peaks, if I close my eyes on a quiet night, I can still see the shadowed tree line where it all went wrong. It was late summer, early fall maybe. The aspens were just starting to turn that brilliant, almost painful gold, painting streaks across the darker greens of the pine and fir. The air had that crisp edge to it, cool in the mornings and evenings, but the afternoons were still warm enough for berry picking, a favorite local pastime. The Miller family, mom, dad, an older daughter, maybe 8 or 9, and little Tommy, who was just 6, were doing exactly that. They'd driven up one of the forestry roads, found a promising patch not too far from their vehicle, well within what most people would consider a safe, easily accessible area. Not deep backcountry, not by a long shot. Just a family enjoying a sunny afternoon, filling buckets with Saskatoons and huckleberries. The call came in mid-afternoon. Panic crackled through the radio dispatch. 2 missing children. Parents frantic. Standard procedure kicked and immediately get units en route. Establish a command post. Gather initial information. By the time my team and I arrived, the parents were beside themselves, oscillating between desperate hope and gut-wrenching fear. Their story was simple, terrifyingly so. They'd been picking berries, the kids just a few yards away, chattering and laughing. The parents looked down, engrossed in a particularly dense patch, maybe shared a comment, pointed something out to each other. It couldn't have been more than 10, 15 seconds, they insisted. An eye, blink in the vastness of the wilderness. When they looked up again, the clearing where the kids had been was empty. Silent. They'd screamed the names, dashed around frantically, plunged into the nearby trees, shouting until their voices were raw. Nothing. Just the rustle of leaves in the breeze and the indifferent chirping of birds. That initial wave of parental terror is something you never get used to seeing. It's primal, visceral. Our immediate priority, as always, was containment and rapid searching of the immediate vicinity. Kids that age usually don't go far, not initially. They get disoriented, scared, and often hunker down somewhere close. We spread out,
Calling the name Sarah!
Tommy.
sweeping the area around where they were last seen. It was less than an hour later when one of the teams found the sister, Sarah. She wasn't far, maybe 50 yards into the woods, huddled at the base of a massive, old-growth cedar, trying to make herself as small as possible. She was physically unharmed, thankfully, but shaking like a leaf, eyes wide with a terror that seemed too profound for her age. Getting her to speak was difficult at first. She just sobbed, pointing vaguely back towards the deeper woods. We wrapped her in a blanket, tried to soothe her, reassured her she was safe now. Her parents were a mess of relief and renewed anxiety one found, but where was Tommy? Slowly, haltingly, between catching breaths, we started asking the crucial question. Sarah, honey, where's Tommy? Did you see where your brother went? And that's when she said it. The words that shifted the entire case from a standard lost child scenario into something else. Something cold and deeply unsettling crawled up my spine as she spoke, her small voice trembling but strangely certain. The bear man took him. We exchanged glances. A bear. It was possible, certainly. Black bears were common in the area, and while attacks on humans are rare, especially unprovoked ones involving snatching a child, it wasn't outside the realm of possibility, especially if the bear felt cornered or surprised. But bear man. That wasn't how a kid usually described a bear. Honey, one of the female officers said gently, crouching down to her level. Did you see a big bear? A big, furry animal? Sarah shook her head vehemently, blonde pigtails whipping side to side. No, not a bear. A bear man. She struggled for the words, her small hands clenching the blanket. He was tall, like Daddy, but all hairy. Dark hair, all over. She paused, her brow furrowed in concentration, and walking, like a man walks. She took a deep, shuddering breath. He had of a weird face. A weird face. Tall, hairy, walking upright. Not a bear. Not, she insisted when we pressed, a man wearing a costume. She was adamant. It was something else. She said the bear man had come out of the trees quietly. He hadn't roared or acted aggressively. Not at first. He'd approached them, and she remembered he smelled funny, like damp earth and something else, something musky and wild. He'd looked at them both, and then, impossibly, he'd offered her berries. Held them out in a large, hairy hand. He'd told her, in a low, rumbly voice that didn't sound quite human, to be quiet, to stay hidden, because he wanted to play with Tommy. The detail about offering berries, the instruction to be quiet, it sent a fresh wave of chills through me. This wasn't the panicked reaction of a startled animal. It sounded purposeful, predatory. Then came the part that haunts me most. We asked what happened next, how Tommy was taken. Sarah's eyes welled up again, but she didn't cry out. She just looked towards the impenetrable wall of trees bordering the clearing, her gaze distant, lost. He put Tommy up on his shoulders. She whispered. Tommy wasn't crying. He was just looking. He looked back at me. She swallowed hard. Then the bear man walked into the trees, and they were gone. Tommy wasn't crying. He was riding on the shoulders of this hairy, upright creature with a weird face, looking back calmly at his sister before disappearing into the woods. That detail lodged itself in my brain. A 6-year-old boy, snatched by a terrifying figure, doesn't cry, doesn't scream, just looks back. We tried to rationalize it. Shock. Maybe. Did she misinterpret a man in dark clothing? Was it a real bear? And her traumatized mind filled in the blanks, anthropomorphizing it into this bear man figure. But she was so consistent, so utterly convinced. Even when her parents, frantic and relieved to have her back, hugged her and asked again, her story didn't waver. The bear man, tall, hairy, walking upright, gave her berries. Took Tommy to play. Standing there, on the edge of that vast, darkening wilderness, with this terrified little girl clinging to her mother and whispering about a beer man. We knew this wasn't going to be a standard search. We radioed back to command, relaying the sister's bizarre testimony, the official, Response was cautious, treated as a possible abduction, potentially by an individual disguised or otherwise unusual in appearance, while also continuing to search for signs of the boy possibly wandering off or an animal encounter. But unofficially, among the SAR team's gathering, a different kind of unease settled in. The woods suddenly felt deeper, older, and infinitely more menacing. We were about to launch one of the biggest search operations in the park's history, pouring personnel, dogs, and aircraft into the area. But as we prepared to step off into those trees, chasing the ghost of a bear man and a little boy who didn't cry, I had the sickening feeling we were looking for something that didn't want to be found, something that operated by rules far stranger and darker than we could comprehend. The search for Tommy Miller had begun, overshadowed by the chilling description of his captor. The scale of the operation that spun up in the hours following Sarah Miller's rescue was immense, even by Rocky SAR standards. Word travels fast in tight-knit mountain communities, especially when a child is missing under bizarre circumstances. Within 24 hours, we had teams pouring in from neighboring districts, seasoned volunteers who knew these mountains like the back of their hands, RCMP officers coordinating roadblocks and background checks, and multiple K-9 units, their handlers grim, faced and focused. Helicopters chopped the air overhead during daylight hours, scanning the vast, wrinkled terrain from above, while ground teams prepared for methodical, painstaking grid searches. A mobile command post buzzed with radio traffic, maps spread across Jambul's under harsh generator, powered lights that cut through the rapidly chilling evenings. There was a determined energy, a refusal to be deterred by the strangeness of Sarah's account. A 6-year-old boy was lost in potentially hostile territory. That was the stark reality, the imperative driving every action. We had to find him. Yet, beneath the professionalism, the unsettling image of the beer man lingered. You'd catch snippets of hushed conversation between teams, see the troubled expressions. Was the girl hallucinating? Was it a coded way of describing a human predator? Or was it something else? We pushed those thoughts aside mostly. We focus on the process, on the search pattern, on putting one boot in front of the other. We started, naturally, from the point last seen, the berry patch, and radiated outwards. Line searches are grueling work in that kind of terrain. It's not neat, park-like forest. It's dense deadfall waiting to trip you, thickets of devil's club, and alder that snag your clothes and tear at your skin. Steep, slick slopes covered in loose rock and moss. You move slowly, deliberately, eyes constantly scanning the ground, the bushes, the low hanging branches. Calling Tommy's name became a constant, rhythmic chant echoing through the trees, punctuated by the sharp whistles used for team coordination. The K-9 units were deployed early, given scent articles from Tommy, a favorite blanket, t-shirt. Hopes were high for the dogs. Their noses can pick up trails long invisible to human eyes. And they did pick up scents. They found Sarah's trail easily, confirming her path to the cedar tree where she hid. They picked up Tommy's scent around the berry patch, mingling with his sisters and parents. But then things got complicated. Several dogs seemed to track Tommy's scent leading away from the patch, heading towards the denser woods, roughly in the direction Sarah had indicated the bear man went. But they became agitated, whining hesitant, some even bristling, refusing to push deeper along that specific line, despite their handler's encouragement. They'd circle back, cast around, then maybe pick up the scent again, only to balk once more as it led into certain shadowed gullies or particularly thick stands of timber. Conversely, the dogs reacted strongly and clearly to bear sign. We found plenty of that. Tracks, scat, claw marks on trees. Normal black bear activity was abundant in the area, confirming the presence of bears, but doing nothing to explain the specifics of Sarah's story. The dogs would alert to the bear sign, track it for a bit if commanded, but their reaction was different standard alertness, not the strange anxiety they displayed on Tommy's apparent departure trail. It was as if Tommy's scent trail led towards something the dogs instinctively recoiled from, something that didn't align with either a normal human or a normal bear. And the tracks, dear God, the tracks. We spent hours, days, painstakingly examining every inch of soft earth, every mud patch, every game trail in the vicinity. We found the family's footprints near the car and the berry patch. We found Sarah's smaller prints leading to her hiding spot. We found countless animal tracks, deer, elk, coyote, and yes, numerous sets of black bear tracks, ranging in size. But we found nothing, absolutely nothing, resembling what Sarah described. No massive man-like footprints. No prints showing an upright, bipedal gait that wasn't clearly human. Nothing indicating a struggle near where the kids vanished. We found bear tracks leading through the area, some relatively fresh, but none that directly intersected with the children's last known location in a way that suggested a sudden attack or abduction. There was no blood, no torn scraps of Tommy's brightly colored jacket, no dropped berry bucket. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air, lifted off the ground. We brought Sarah back to the edge of the scene a day or two later, accompanied by her parents and a child psychologist. Gently, carefully, we asked her to show us again exactly where she saw the bear man come from, exactly where he went. Her story didn't change, not one iota. She pointed with unwavering certainty towards a dense section of forest, her small face pale but resolute. She repeated the description: tall, hairy, the weird face, walking like a man, giving her berries, taking Tommy on his shoulders, Tommy looking back without tears. The psychologist observed quietly, later noting that while clearly traumatized, Sarah showed no signs of fabrication. Her account was remarkably consistent, delivered with the conviction of someone describing a real, albeit terrifying, event. As the days bled into a week, the atmosphere among the searchers shifted. The initial determined energy began to fray, replaced by exhaustion and a creeping sense of futility. The sheer lack of concrete evidence was baffling, maddening. How could a 6-year-old boy and presumably a large captor move through this terrain without leaving a single verifiable trace? Even the most skilled woodsman leaves signs. An animal attack, however atypical, would leave something. Blood for drag marks. We found none of it. The vastness of the Rockies, usually awe-inspiring, began to feel oppressive, suffocating. The silence of the forest seemed less peaceful, more watchful, as if it held its breath, guarding its secrets. Whispers about the bear man became more frequent around the campfires at night, fueled by fatigue and the unsettling emptiness of the search. Old-timers muttered about local legends, forgotten stories of strange encounters in the deep woods, things seen out of the corner of the eye. Most of us, grounded in procedure and logic, dismissed it as exhaustion playing tricks on the mind. But the seed of doubt Sarah had planted was taking root in the barren ground of our fruitless search. Some searchers reported feeling uneasy in certain sectors, that prickling sensation of being watched from the trees, but chalked it up to nerves. A couple of equipment malfunctions, GPS units going haywire, radios emitting bursts of static in specific valleys were noted but officially logged as technical issues. Still, it added to the pervading sense of wrongness. We expanded the search grid, brought in fresh teams, re-interviewed campers and hikers who might have been in the broader area around the time of the disappearance. Nothing. Weeks passed. The vibrant gold of the aspens faded. The leaves fell, carpeting the forest floor and obscuring any faint signs that might have been missed. The nights grew colder, frost-etching patterns on the tents each morning. The grim reality set in the window for finding Tommy alive had effectively closed. The operation transitioned unspoken from rescue to recovery, though the intensity of the search barely slackened. The Millers maintained a heartbreaking vigil at the command post, their faces masks of sleepless grief, clinging to any shred of hope, any report from the field. Finally, after nearly 3 weeks of relentless searching that yielded absolutely nothing conclusive about Tommy's fate, the decision was made to scale back the official operation. Active searching was suspended pending new information. Volunteers continued for a while longer, driven by empathy for the family, but they too eventually had to return to their lives, leaving the forest to its silence. The official file remained open, of course. The probable cause was listed awkwardly: missing, presumed deceased. Possible animal attack or abduction by unknown persons. It was a bureaucratic necessity, a way to close the active phase while acknowledging the utter lack of certainty. But for those of us who had walked those grids, who had listened to Sarah's unwavering testimony, who had felt the dog's inexplicable hesitation, who had stared into the trackless, indifferent woods day after day, those official explanations felt hollow, insufficient. We hadn't just failed to find a lost boy. We had brushed up against something inexplicable, something that left no trace but cast a long, cold shadow. The Miller case wasn't just closed. It was sealed away in a place where logic feared to tread, leaving behind only the chilling echo of a little girl's words. The bear man took him. Calling off the active search for Tommy Miller wasn't like closing a book. It was like leaving a sentence hanging unfinished, the final words trailing off into an unnerving silence. The command post was dismantled under a sky that had turned a flat, unforgiving gray. Equipment was packed, teams debriefed, reports filed. Officially, we had done everything humanly possible. We had deployed extensive resources, followed every protocol, searched thousands of acres of brutal terrain. Unofficially, we had failed. Not just failed to find Tommy, but failed to find a single shred of evidence that made sense of his disappearance. The Miller parents watching them leave was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my career. Their hope had eroded day by day, leaving behind a hollowed out grief that was painful to witness. They thanked us, their voices thick with unshed tears. But their eyes held a question we couldn't answer, a desperate need for closure we couldn't provide. They left with Sarah, a quiet, watchful little girl who carried the impossible weight of being the sole witness to something no one could explain, what future awaited her, forever marked by the day the bear man took her brother. In the formal debriefings, Sarah's account was documented, analyzed, and ultimately classified as the perception of a traumatized child. Plausible explanations were floated: a large man in dark, shaggy clothing, a misidentified bear encounter distorted by extreme fear. These were logical attempts to fit the square peg of her testimony into the round hole of known reality. But for those of us on the ground, especially those who'd seen the dogs balk or spent days searching for non-existent tracks, these explanations felt thin, unsatisfying. We'd seen fear in kids before. We knew what bear encounters looked like. This felt different, colder, stranger. The Miller case became a kind of ghost in the machine for many of us in Rocky's SAR. It was the call you didn't talk about often. But when you did, it was in low tones, usually after a few beers, when the professional veneer cracked. We'd go over it again and again. The lack of tracks was the biggest stumbling block for any conventional theory. An abductor would leave prints, disturbed ground, something. A bear attack, especially one involving carrying a child off, would leave unmistakable signs: drag marks, blood, clothing fragments. We found pristine forest floor where there should have been chaos, and Tommy's calmness, that was the detail that scraped coldest against the back of my mind. Sarah never wavered on that. He wasn't screaming, fighting, crying. He was riding on the bear man's shoulders, looking back at her before disappearing. Why? Was he in shock? Or was it something else? Did he somehow know the creature? Was Sarah's interpretation of playing chillingly accurate in some way we couldn't fathom? The questions piled up unanswered, circling back to the central, impossible figure, the bear man. Tall, hairy, walking upright with a weird face. Inevitably, the hushed conversations sometimes drifted towards less conventional territory. Bigfoot, Sasquatch. The names were whispered, half jokingly, half nervously. The Rockies have their share of local legends, First Nation stories about powerful, elusive beings inhabiting the deep wilderness, spirits of the forest. Most of us were pragmatic, grounded people not prone to believing in folk tales. But when faced with a complete void of logical explanation, the mind starts to grasp at straws, however strange. Maybe Sarah hadn't been describing a man or a bear. Maybe she described exactly what she saw. The thought was deeply unsettling, challenging everything we thought we knew about the world we operated in. Years passed. I eventually moved on from Sayar, the physical toll adding up, the emotional weight of cases like the Millers becoming harder to compartmentalize. Life took me away from the sharp peaks and shadowed valleys of the Rockies. The Miller case faded from newspaper headlines, becoming another statistic in the cold case files, a lingering footnote in the park's history. Sometimes, on the anniversary, a local paper might run a small piece, a reminder of the little boy who vanished while picking berries, his fate unknown. I heard indirectly through former colleagues years later that Sarah Miller never recanted her story. As she grew older, she apparently stuck to her account, despite the disbelief she likely faced. Whether she elaborated, or whether the memory became a burden she kept locked away, I don't know. I imagine it must have been incredibly isolating, being the keeper of such a strange and terrifying truth that no one could validate. For me, the case fundamentally changed my relationship with the wilderness. I used to see the mountains as beautiful, challenging, sometimes dangerous, but ultimately understandable within the laws of nature. After the Miller case, that certainty was gone. Looking at a dense tree line, especially as dusk began to settle, I couldn't shake the feeling that there were things out there far older, stranger, and less comprehensible than bears or blizzards. The sheer vastness of the wild spaces seemed less like an invitation to explore and more like a veil over secrets best left undisturbed. That image of Tommy, looking back calmly from the bear man's shoulders, became a symbol of that unsettling mystery. It wasn't just a kidnapping or an attack. It felt like a crossing over, a moment where the known world touched something profoundly other. I rarely go back to that part of the Rockies now. When I do see mountains, even distant ranges, there's a flicker of unease. The beauty is still there, but it's overlaid with a faint shadow, a reminder of the Miller case, and the questions that refuse to fade. Officially, Thomas Miller was likely the victim of an animal attack or an unknown human abductor. That's what the file says. That's the rational explanation. But those of us who were there, who searched those empty woods, who listened to that terrified little girl describe something that shouldn't exist, we know the official story doesn't cover it. There's a hollowness to it, an echo of something missing. The woods keep their secrets. And sometimes late at night, when the wind sounds a certain way through the trees, I find myself thinking about the bear man, and I wonder if he's still out there in the deepest, most remote corners of the wilderness. Still walking upright, still watching, still wanting to play. The thought never fails to send a shiver down my spine. Some disappearances aren't just about getting lost. They're about being taken by something that doesn't leave tracks. My name's Jake. Been doing search and rescue out here in these mountains for going on 15 years now. Volunteer, mostly. Got a day job, but the woods, they call to some of us. You see a lot in 15 years. People get turned around following a deer trail. Hikers overestimate their stamina. Folks slip on wet rocks, twisted ankle miles from anywhere. You see tragic stuff, 2 falls, exposure, the occasional animal encounter gone wrong. You develop a kind of professional detachment, a way of categorizing things. Lost hiker, probable location, grid XYZ. Standard procedure. Injured climber, possible extraction needed, bring the ropes. You have to, otherwise the sheer strangeness, the weight of it all, would eat you alive. You learn the patterns, the predictable ways the wilderness can trip people up. But then there's the other stuff. The calls that don't fit the patterns. The ones that lodge themselves in the back of your mind and refuse to leave, festering like a splinter you can't quite reach. The cases that defy easy explanation, that make the hair on your arms stand up even when you're sitting warm and safe at the station weeks later, filling out reports that feel utterly inadequate. The Emily Carter case, yeah, that's chief among them. That one didn't just defy logic, it spat in its face and vanished into thin air. The call came in late afternoon, cusp of evening in the fall. Light was already starting to fade, that deep gold turning to bruised purple between the ridges. Dispatch sounded tense, which wasn't unusual for a missing person, but there was an edge to it this time. Missing 19, maybe 20-year-old female Emily Carter. Last seen by her mother and grandfather on the Osprey Creek Trail popular spot. Well, maintained, not exactly the kind of place people usually evaporate. The initial report was sparse but bizarre. Climbed a tree, didn't come down. Witnesses present. That was it. Climb a tree? My first thought, cynical maybe, was drugs. Or a mental health crisis. Someone high, paranoid, climbs a tree, maybe gets stuck, maybe has an episode, or maybe she climbed down the other side while the family wasn't looking, wandered off, got lost. Happens. Annoying, waste resources, but happens. Still, it didn't come down. Part with witnesses right there that felt off. We mustered the initial response team at the trailhead. Standard stuff, gear check, map review, assigning search sectors. The air was crisp, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves, that specific scent of autumn heading towards winter. Beautiful, usually. Tonight, it felt heavy, watchful. We met the mother, Eleanor, and the grandfather, George. They were huddled by their car, wrapped in blankets someone had given them, faces pale and etched with a combination of terror and utter disbelief. Eleanor, bless her, could barely speak through the tears. George, older guy, maybe early 70s, seemed to be holding it together through sheer force of will, but his eyes had that 1,000-yard stare you see in people who've witnessed something incomprehensible. I knelt, kept my voice calm, professional. Tell me exactly what happened. Start from when you arrived at the tree. George did most of the talking, his voice raspy. They'd been hiking, a nice family outing. Emily was bright, energetic, loved the outdoors. They reached a point on the trail, fairly wide section, dominated by this one massive pine tree. George called it a landmark tree, one you couldn't miss. Emily, apparently on a whim, said she wanted to climb it, get a better view of the valley before the sun dipped too low. They didn't think much of it. She was young, agile, and the lower branches looked easy enough, like a natural ladder. The tree itself, huge, easily 3, maybe 4 feet in diameter at the base. Rough bark, thick limbs. Looked solid as a rock. She scrambled up quick. George said, his gaze fixed on some point in the middle distance. Like a squirrel. Got up maybe 30 feet, 40, high enough to be well into the main branches. We saw her look around, waved up at her. Eleanor added, her voice trembling. She waved back. Smiled, said the view was amazing. That was the last time they saw her face clearly. They waited at the base. Chatting about dinner plans, George said. Maybe 5 minutes passed. It wasn't long. They called up to her. Emily, you coming down? No answer. They figured she was just enjoying the view. Maybe couldn't hear them well. Waited another couple of minutes. Called louder.
Emily.
Time to go.
Silence. Just the rustle of the wind in the upper branches. The sounds of the forest settling in for the evening. That's when the unease started. They circled the tree, peering up into the dense canopy of pine needles. They shouted her name until their throats were raw. Nothing. No sound, no movement. They scanned the ground around the base. Nothing. No sign she'd fallen. No footprints leading away into the underbrush, which was thick on either side of the trail, but not impenetrable right there. They were adamant they never left the base of the tree. Their eyes might have flicked away for a second, maybe to look at each other in confusion, but neither of them walked away. Neither of them turned their backs for any length of time. They were right there. They waited for hours, George said, hope dwindling with the daylight. Panic set in. They kept circling, shouting, staring up at that silent, impassive tree until darkness forced them to accept the horrifying reality Emily was gone, and they needed help hiking out in the dark. Terrified and exhausted, must have been hell. We hiked in, following their directions. The tree was unmistakable, just as George described. A real giant dominating that section of the trail. Its lower trunk was scarred from countless seasons, bark thick and deeply grooved. The lowest branches were indeed like invitations, easy handholds leading upwards. Standing there, craning our necks, we couldn't see much beyond the first 10 or 15 feet of dense needles. The beam of my flashlight cut a cone into the darkness above, illuminating layers of green and brown, but revealing nothing. The first protocol was a detailed ground search. We swept the area around the base in expanding circles. Footprints. Yes, Eleanor's, George's, clear in the softer patches of dirt near the trail edge. Overlapping, confused tracks showing where they'd paced and circled. But Emily's, assuming she wore standard hiking boots, there should have been something. A scuff mark from a landing, a print heading off trail. There was nothing. The leaf litter was thick but not undisturbed. We checked for broken twigs. Snagged clothing fibers, drops of blood. Zero. It was clean. Too clean. The wrongness of it started to sink in. This wasn't a typical lost hiker scenario. This felt different. I looked back at the tree. It stood there, ancient and immense, seeming to soak up the beams of our flashlights, guarding its secrets. The witnesses were certain. She climbed up. She didn't come down. They were watching. All right, I said into the radio, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Prep the climbers. We need eyes inside that canopy. Every branch, every nook. Let's see what's up there. The air felt colder now, the silence deeper. As the climbing team started gearing up, laying out ropes and harnesses under the stark glare of the portable lights we'd set up, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't just searching a tree. We were confronting an impossibility, and deep down I was already dreading what we wouldn't find. Watching the climbers ascend was always a tense affair, but this time felt different. Usually, you're hoping they find someone injured but alive, or at worst, bring closure. Tonight, we were staring up into that black canopy, illuminated in patches by our ground lights, wondering what, if anything, they could possibly find. Two of our best guys, Mike and Dave, experienced arborists as well as climbers. They moved with practiced efficiency, setting lines, checking holds, calling out commands in low, professional tones that barely cut through the oppressive silence that had fallen over the rest of us. They went up methodically, sweeping their headlamps across every major limb, probing into the thicker clusters of needles. Radio chatter was clipped, focused. Sector 1 clear. Moving to Sector 2. Branch looks solid, no signs of breakage. They reached the 30, then 40-foot mark, the estimated height where Eleanor and George had last clearly seen Emily waving. Anything? I radioed up, my voice tight. Mike's voice crackled back, devoid of emotion, but carrying an undercurrent of something. Puzzlement. Negative, Jake. It's just tree up here. Dense needles, lots of sap. No sign anyone's been perched here recently. No snagged clothing, no blood, nothing scraped or broken that looks fresh. Just tree. The words hung in the cold night air. They continued upwards, meticulously checking every significant branch, every fork, every potential hiding spot, however unlikely. Pine trees aren't like old oaks. They don't typically have large, convenient hollows, especially not living ones this size. But they checked anyway, probing with gloved hands, shining lights into every dark recess they could find. Nothing. They went all the way to the top, maybe 70, 80 feet up, where the trunk narrowed and the wind sighed more audibly through the thinner branches. Top clear, Dave reported. No sign of her, no sign of anything unusual. No platforms, no nests, nothing she could have climbed onto or into. View's good, though. The last comment wasn't meant to be flippant, just an observation, but it landed heavily. Emily had climbed for the view. They rappelled down slowly, double-checking sections on the descent. Their headlamps sliced through the darkness, beams occasionally catching the frantic eyes of Eleanor or the grim face of George, who stood rooted to the spot, watching their last, desperate hope play out. When Mike and Dave finally touched ground, stripping off their harnesses, their expressions mirrored the growing dread we all felt. Clean, Mike said, shaking his head. It's like she climbed up to that 40, foot level, and just evaporated. There's nowhere to go up there. No broken branches suggesting a fall within the canopy. Nothing to indicate she tried to traverse to another tree, not that there are any close enough anyway. The impossibility pressed in. We turned back to Eleanor and George. Maybe in the shock, they'd missed something. Are you absolutely certain? I asked, gently as I could. That she didn't climb down, even partway? Could she have slipped around the back of the trunk while you looked at each other? Eleanor sobbed, shaking her head violently. George's voice was firm, almost angry. We told you. We were right here. We were looking at the tree. Yes, maybe we glanced at each other, but for a second. Not long enough for her to climb down 30 feet without us seeing or hearing something. The needles, the branches, she would have made noise. We would have seen her. He gestured emphatically at the trunk. It's wide, yes, but not that wide. We could see both sides practically from where we stood, she did. Not. Come? Down? His conviction was absolute, chillingly so. There was no room for doubt in his mind, only bewildered terror. Standard procedure dictated expanding the search. If she wasn't in the tree, and didn't fall directly below it, then the only remaining logical possibility, as in logic, was feeling increasingly inadequate, was that she had somehow descended unseen, or fallen further out, or left the area. We organized into search lines, sweeping outwards from the tree in concentric circles, then grid patterns. Combing through the dense undergrowth, pushing through ferns and bushes, our flashlights cutting futile paths through the dark woods. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves, made us jump, hoping for a sign. We searched through the night. The cold deepened, biting through layers of clothing. Fatigue set in, making movements sluggish, thoughts fuzzy. But adrenaline and the sheer weirdness of the situation kept us going. We found deer tracks, raccoon prints, the usual detritus of the forest floor. But of Emily Carter, not a shred. No footprints leading away from the cursed tree, no dropped water bottle. No scrap of fabric caught on a thorn bush. It was as if she had ceased to exist the moment she climbed into those branches. As the first hint of gray light began to dilute the oppressive darkness, the decision was made. We needed more resources. We called for K-9 units, hoping their superior senses could pick up a trail our eyes had missed. We requested helicopter support, equipped with thermal imagers, to scan the wider area once the sun was fully up. Maybe she'd somehow gotten down, become disoriented, and wandered much further than seemed possible. Collapsing somewhere off trail, it felt increasingly unlikely, a straw clutched out of desperation, but we had to pursue every avenue. The dog teams arrived just after dawn. Handlers brought the dogs keen, nosed German shepherds, and bloodhounds to the base of the tree, letting them get a scent from an item provided by Eleanor, a scarf Emily had apparently worn earlier. What happened next was perhaps even more unsettling than finding nothing. The dogs seemed confused. They whined, sniffed intently at the base of the trunk, circled it repeatedly, noses to the ground, then up in the air. They cast about, trying to pick up a direction, a trail leading away. But they found nothing definitive. One handler shook his head, baffled. It's like the trail goes cold right here, he muttered, gesturing at the tree trunk. Like she walked up to it, maybe touched it, and then poof. No direction of travel away from this spot. Another dog tried to follow a scent up the trunk for a few feet, then lost interest, returning to the confused circling at the base. It was unprecedented. Dogs can usually follow a scent trail even hours later, over difficult terrain. But here, it was as if Emily's scent trail simply ended mid-air, about where she would have started her climb. The sun was properly up now, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. The helicopter arrived, its rotors beating the air, a noisy intrusion into the strained silence. It began its slow passes overhead, the thermal camera scanning the woods for any heat signature that could be a person. On the ground, fresh teams arrived to relieve the exhausted night crew, starting the grid search anew with fresh eyes and renewed determination. But as I stood there, watching the dogs mill uselessly around that silent pine, listening to the fruitless radio reports from the expanding search lines and the overhead chopper, a cold certainty settled in my gut. We weren't going to find her like this. Whatever happened to Emily Carter wasn't in the SAR manual. She climbed into that tree, waved goodbye, and stepped out of our world. The tree stood impassive, immense, holding its impossible secret, while we were left searching a landscape that felt suddenly alien and terrifyingly empty. The intensive search carried on for another 5 days. 5 days of helicopters chopping the air, dogs sniffing fruitlessly at cold ground, and lines of volunteers and professionals combing every square inch of that mountainside within a multi-mile radius of the pine tree. We climbed the tree twice more, just to be absolutely certain, finding nothing but needles and bark. We used probes to check the ground beneath, looking for any sign of disturbed earth, a hidden cavity, anything. We interviewed hikers who had been on the trail earlier that day. No one remembered seeing anything out of the ordinary, just a young woman with her mother and grandfather enjoying the fall afternoon. Every day, the hope dwindled. Every fruitless hour eroded the certainty that we operated in a world governed by understandable rules. Thermal imaging showed deer, bears, raccoons, but no human heat signature huddled in some hidden gully. The dogs never picked up a viable scent trail leading anywhere. It was as if Emily Carter had simply ceased to exist within a 10-foot radius of that tree trunk 30 feet off the ground. Eventually, the call had to be made. Resources were finite. The probability of finding her alive after days in the cooling autumn weather plummeted with each passing hour. And frankly, we had exhausted every logical avenue. Calling off a major search is the worst part of the job. Telling a family you're transitioning from an active rescue operation to a long-term missing person case, it feels like admitting defeat, like abandoning hope. I was part of the team tasked with informing Eleanor and George. They were staying at a small motel in the nearest town, waiting, existing in a state of suspended animation. When we told them, Eleanor just crumpled, silent tears streaming down her face. George looked like he'd aged another decade in the past week. He didn't rage, didn't argue. He just looked at us, his eyes hollow, and asked, but where could she be? It wasn't a question demanding an answer. It was a plea to a universe that had suddenly stopped making sense. We had no answers. We offered condolences, procedural explanations about the ongoing investigation, but they were just words, empty sounds against the enormity of their loss and the baffling nature of it. The command center was dismantled. The teams packed up, the hum of generators and the crackle of radios faded, leaving the woods quiet again. Too quiet. The absence felt louder than the noise had been. I stayed behind for a few more days, officially following up, but mostly just drawn back to the spot. I walked the trail to the tree several times alone, stood at the base looking up, just like they had. The pine seemed larger, darker, almost watchful. I'd run through the sequence of events again and again in my head. She climbs. They wait. They call. Silence. Vanished. It was a maddening loop with no exit. Of course, theories flew around. The official file remained missing person, undetermined circumstances. Unofficially, people needed explanations, however far-fetched. Kidnapping. How? Snatched by a giant bird of prey. Ridiculous. A hidden portal to another dimension. That started getting whispered, half jokingly at first, then with a little more unease as time went on, and no shred of evidence ever surfaced. Some talked about old legends, parts of these woods being thin places, where the veil between worlds wears sheer. Stories usually dismissed as folklore, but in the face of Emily Carter's disappearance, they didn't sound quite so crazy anymore. Could she have climbed into somewhere else? The most logical explanations, a hidden descent, getting lost, foul play, were all systematically dismantled by the facts, the witnesses' certainty, the lack of tracks, the dog's confusion, the climber's thorough search of the tree, the extensive ground search finding nothing. Every rational path led to a dead end, leaving only the impossible reality. Years have passed. 15 years, maybe more, since that fall evening. The Emily Carter case is cold, filed away, a permanent question mark in the county records. Eleanor passed away a few years back. People said from a broken heart, though the death certificate listed pneumonia. George moved away to live with other relatives, never returning to the area. Their lives were irrevocably shattered, not just by loss, but by the sheer, knowing incomprehensibility of how they lost her. I still volunteer with SAR. Send plenty more strange things, plenty more tragedies. But nothing touches the Carter case. Nothing comes close to that feeling of fundamental wrongness, the sense that the basic laws of physics just took a coffee break. I went back to the tree last year. I hadn't been up that specific trail in a long time. The path was a little more worn, a few signs updated, but the tree was still there. Massive, ancient, unchanged. Standing sentinel. Some lower branches had fallen, naturally over the years, but otherwise, it was the same. I stood at the base, just like Eleanor and George did. I looked up, tracing the path Emily must have taken with my eyes, up into the dense green canopy. The wind rustled the needles, sounding like whispers, or maybe sighs. A young couple hiked past, laughing, taking selfies. They glanced at the big tree, maybe noted it as a landmark, and moved on oblivious. To them, it was just a tree. To me, it's a monument to the inexplicable, a place where a young woman climbed up to see the view and simply wasn't there anymore. There's no neat conclusion to this story. No body was ever found, no clues ever surfaced. No deathbed confessions, no logical explanation quietly discovered years later. Nothing, just an empty space where a person should have been, 30 feet up a pine tree on a clear autumn evening, with two witnesses watching from below. It defies everything we think we know about the world. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I wonder, what did Emily see from the top of that tree? And where did she go when she waved goodbye? It's a question that haunts the quiet places in my mind, a reminder that not all who wander are lost. Some are simply gone, vanished into the deep, baffling heart of the woods. My name's Miller. Most folks who drift through seasonal ranger gigs don't get too attached to last names. We're like migrating birds, following the good weather and the open positions. That particular season, the one that still prickles the back of my neck when the autumn air turns sharp, I landed a post at the Grand Canyon's north rim. If you've never been, pictures don't do it justice. It's not just big, it's impossibly vast, ancient beyond human comprehension. Standing on the edge feels like looking into the exposed heart of the planet, raw and overwhelmingly silent. Beautiful, undeniably. Majestic, absolutely. But spend enough time there, especially when the crowds thin out and the nights grow longer, and you start to feel something else beneath the beauty, a profound, watchful emptiness that seems to soak up sound and light. The North Rim is different from the South. It's higher, more remote, closed off for half the year by heavy snows. It feels wilder, less tamed. The lodge is historic, charming, but the comforts are islands in a sea of rugged wilderness. Ponderosa pines tower overhead, their scent thick in the air, and the wind sighs through them almost constantly, sometimes sounding like whispers, sometimes like something else. Working there means dealing with the usual lost hikers, unpredictable weather that can turn a sunny afternoon into a lethal hailstorm, wildlife encounters, and the occasional idiot trying to take a selfie too close to the edge. You learn the trails, the overlooks, the hidden dangers. You learn to respect the canyon's power. But there are other things you learn too, usually whispered around a crackling campfire after a long day, or murmured over lukewarm coffee in the employee mess hall before the sun claws its way over the eastern horizon. Every old place has its stories, its ghosts. National parks, with their dramatic landscapes and histories often punctuated by tragedy, seem to collect them like burrs on a hiking sock. And the North Rim, it had its share. Most were vague, fleeting accounts, shadows seen in the peripheral vision near the old employee cabins, unexplained cold spots in the lodge hallways, the feeling of being watched on a deserted trail. Standard fare easily dismissed as fatigue, imagination, or the wind playing tricks in the complex acoustics of the canyon. But one story stuck. It had roots, details, a name. They called her the Wailing Woman of the Transept Trail. The Transept Trail isn't one of the main corridor routes down into the canyon. It's quieter, a relatively short path offering stunning views into a side canyon called the Transept. It's beautiful, serene, often less crowded, and, according to the legend, haunted. The tale dates back to the late 1920s, a time when the North Rim was even more remote, a true frontier destination. A family, the story never gives them a surname. Just the family was staying at the Grand Canyon Lodge. Father, mother, and a young son, maybe 8 or 9 years old. They were Easterners, apparently captivated by the rugged beauty of the West. One afternoon, the father and son decided to hike the Transept Trail. The mother stayed behind at the lodge, perhaps resting, perhaps enjoying the view from the veranda. It was late summer monsoon season. The weather in the canyon can change with terrifying speed. One moment, brilliant sunshine. The next, boiling black clouds rolling in over the rim, unleashing torrential rain, hail, and lightning. That's what happened that day. A freak storm, violent and sudden, caught the father and son out on the trail. Details get hazy here, colored by time and retelling. Some versions say a flash flood swept through a wash they were crossing. Others say the rain slicked path gave way beneath their feet, sending them tumbling into the abyss. The most common version is simply that they slipped on the treacherous ground, lost their footing, and fell. Search parties were organized, rangers and volunteers scouring the steep slopes and the canyon floor below the trail. They searched for days, hampered by the rugged terrain and the lingering storm conditions. They found nothing. No sign of the father, no sign of the son. The canyon had swallowed them whole. Back at the lodge, the mother waited. Imagine the agony, the frantic hope dwindling with each passing hour, each fruitless report from the search teams. The story goes that her grief was absolute, consuming. She refused to leave, staying on at the lodge long after hope was officially abandoned. She'd walk the rim path near the Transept trailhead, staring down into the void, calling their names until her voice was raw. Then, one day, she was found in her room. The official cause of death was never widely publicized, perhaps heartbreak, perhaps something more deliberate spurred by unbearable loss. But the legend settled on suicide. A final desperate act in the face of unimaginable sorrow. And that's where the ghost story begins. They say she never left her spirit. Forever clad in the outfit she supposedly wore most often that summer, a simple white dress adorned with small blue flowers, is eternally bound to the Transept Trail. She walks the path, especially at twilight or during storms, endlessly searching for her husband and son. And sometimes, carried on the wind that whips through the canyons, people hear her weeping. Not just sadness, the stories emphasize, but a soul-wrenching, heartbroken wail that echoes the immensity of her grief and the vastness of the canyon that claimed her family. Now, I'm a practical guy, trained in first aid, search and rescue, wildfire suppression. My world deals with tangible threats: dehydration, hypothermia, rockfalls, mountain lions. Ghosts. Not usually on the checklist. I'd heard the Wailing Woman's story within my first week on the North Rim. Heard it told with varying degrees of seriousness. Some veteran rangers just rolled their eyes. Others would get a certain look, a slight hesitation before they changed the subject. Most of us treated it like any other park legend, good for spooking tourists, a bit of local color. The canyon plays tricks on your senses. Wind sounds like voices, animals make strange cries in the night, shadows move. Your mind, especially when tired or alone in such an overwhelming place, can fill in the blanks with frightening things. I figured the Wailing Woman was just that, a combination of natural sounds, overactive imaginations, and the sad weight of a genuine tragedy that happened long ago. I dismissed it, chalked it up to campfire talk, until that one evening in late fall. The season was winding down. The first snows weren't far off, and the air had that distinct, biting chill that promises winter. Most of the tourists were gone, the lodge preparing to shutter. The skeleton crew remaining meant longer patrols, covering more ground. I was doing a final check near the Transept trailhead, making sure no-day hikers had lingered too long. The sun had already dipped below the western rim, painting the sky in bruised purples and fading oranges. The light was that strange, ethereal twilight kind, where shadows deepen and distances become deceptive. The air was getting properly cold, biting at my exposed ears and cheeks. The usual canyon silence was settling in, deeper than usual now with the absence of summer crowds. Just the whisper of the wind through the pines, and the immense, listening quiet of the chasm below. I was about ready to call it a night, heading back towards my truck parked a little way up the road. That's when I heard it. It wasn't loud, not at first. Just a faint, mournful sound drifting on the breeze that snaked up from the depths of the canyon. So faint, I almost dismissed it as the wind itself, whining through a narrow cleft in the rocks or sighing in the upper branches of the pines. But there was a quality to it, a cadence, a rhythm of sorrow that didn't quite fit the random patterns of the wind. I stopped walking, cocked my head, straining to hear over the rustle of my own jacket. The air was still dropping degrees, sharp and clean, carrying sound clearly in the twilight stillness. There it was again, a little clearer this time. Sobbing. Definitely sobbing. It sounded like a woman, heartbroken and utterly alone. My first instinct, drilled into me by training, was hiker in distress. Someone lost, injured, stuck out after dark without a light. The transept trail, while short, has steep sections and loose footing. A fall wouldn't be out of the question. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. Is anyone there? This is Ranger Miller. Do you need assistance? The sobbing stopped, abruptly. Not like someone composing themselves, more like a switch being flipped. The silence that rushed back and felt heavier, more profound than before. I stood frozen, listening intently. Nothing. Just the whisper of the wind, the distant creak of a pine branch. The last sliver of the sun had vanished, and the world was rapidly losing color, fading into shades of deep blue and charcoal gray. The canyon rim across the way was a jagged silhouette against the darkening sky. Down below, the shadows were pooling thick and impenetrable. Hello, I called again, louder this time, projecting my voice down the trail. If you're injured, please call out. Silence. Absolute, unnerving silence. I scanned the trees near the trailhead, the parking area empty except for my truck. No other vehicles. I hadn't passed anyone on my patrol route, and no overnight permits were registered for the transept area. If someone was out here, they were either lost, deliberately hiding, or shouldn't be here. I unclipped my heavy-duty flashlight from my belt, its beam cutting a stark white tunnel through the gloom. Then I saw it, or thought I saw it, further down the trail, maybe 50 yards in, where the path curved behind a thick stand of juniper and pine. A flicker of white, just a glimpse, a brief movement between the dark tree trunks. It was gone almost instantly, too quick to be sure what it was. An animal, a deer's tail maybe, an owl taking flight. My mind scrambled for logical explanations. A piece of trash caught on a branch, fluttering in the wind, but the air seemed almost still right then. As someone down there, I shouted, taking a few hesitant steps towards the trailhead. My boots crunched on the gravel path. The sound seemed amplified.
Identify yourself?
Nothing. No reply. No sound. No further movement. Just the dark trees, the encroaching night, and the immense, silent presence of the canyon yawning beside the trail. A prickle of unease, cold and sharp, traced its way up my spine. This felt wrong. The abrupt silence, the fleeting glimpse of Whitey, it didn't fit a normal scenario of a lost or injured hiker. The campfire stories about the transept trail, the wailing woman in her white dress, flickered at the edge of my thoughts. I pushed them back. Fatigue, imagination, wind, animals. Stay rational. Still, procedure dictated I investigate. Someone could be hurt and unable to respond. Reluctantly, I stepped onto the trail proper, flashlight beam sweeping ahead. The path narrowed quickly, hemmed in by trees on one side and the dizzying drop off into the transept on the other. The air felt colder here, sheltered from the last vestiges of daylight, carrying the damp, earthy smell of pine needles and shaded soil. I moved cautiously, listening intently, sweeping the light back and forth, searching the trees, the ground, the edge of the rim. Ranger Miller, I called out again, keeping my voice steady, professional. Calling out for anyone needing help. The beam illuminated nothing but tree trunks, rocks, and the dusty trail surface. I paid close attention to the ground, looking for tracks. The path was dry, slightly dusty. Any recent passage should have left some sign. There was nothing. No footprints other than the faint, older scuffs of daytime hikers. No broken branches, no disturbed rocks. It was as if nothing had passed this way since the last tourists left hours ago. I walked further in, perhaps 75 yards now, past the curve where I thought I'd seen the white flicker. The trees were thicker here, the darkness more complete outside the circle of my flashlight beam. The silence was intense. I stopped and listened again, holding my breath. Only the sound of my own breathing and the faint thumping of my heart. And the wind picking up slightly again, moaning softly in the higher branches far above. It sounded like just wind, not like the sobbing I'd heard earlier. Where had the sound come from? And the white shape. Could it have been an owl? Their white undersides can flash in the gloom, but the sobbing owls don't sob. Coyotes can make eerie, almost human-like cries, but this hadn't sounded like a coyote. It had sounded distinctly human, female, and filled with a depth of sorrow that felt chillingly real. I swept the light around one more time. Nothing. No person, no animal, no tracks. Just the empty trail, the dark trees, and the vast, indifferent canyon. Maybe it had been the wind. Maybe the flicker of white was just a trick of the light, my eyes adjusting to the deep twilight. Maybe I was just tired, letting the spooky campfire stories get under my skin. It was the most logical explanation. But as I turned to walk back towards the trailhead and the distant security of my truck, I couldn't shake the feeling. The sound of that sobbing, it hadn't just sounded sad. It had felt old, ancient even. Like a grief that had soaked into the very rocks and trees, a sorrow too profound to simply fade away with time. It was a cold that went deeper than the rapidly dropping temperature, settling in my bones, making the hair on my arms stand on end despite the layers I wore. Every snap of a twig in the undergrowth, every rustle of dry leaves stirred by the breeze, made me jump. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, sweeping the flashlight beam in the darkness behind me, half expecting to see a flicker of white, half terrified that I actually would. The silence no longer felt empty. It felt charged, watchful. The walk back up the short trail seemed to take much longer than the walk down. The familiar shapes of the trees seemed twisted, menacing in the flashlight's glare. The wind whispering through the pines now sounded less like whispers and more like hushed, sorrowful sighs. Reaching the gravel parking area felt like surfacing from deep water. I fumbled for my keys, unlocked the truck, and slid into the driver's seat, locking the door immediately behind me. The familiar smell of the cab old coffee, dust, sun, baked vinyl was strangely comforting, grounding. I sat there for a moment, engine off, just breathing. I looked back towards the transept trailhead, now just a dark opening in the trees under the star-dusted sky. Nothing moved. Nothing sounded. Wind, animals, fatigue, imagination. I repeated the rational explanations to myself, like a mantra. But the echo of that heartbroken sobbing lingered in my ears, and the memory of that fleeting white shape danced behind my eyes. Something out there hadn't felt rational at all. Something had felt profoundly, chillingly real, and steeped in a grief that the cold night air couldn't explain away. I didn't speed away from the transept trailhead, but my foot was definitely heavier on the accelerator than usual as I navigated the winding park road back towards the employee housing area. I turned the truck's radio on, cranking up some crackly, classic rock station loud enough to fill the cab, needing noise to push back against the profound silence that seemed to cling to me, thick as the canyon dust. The rational part of my brain kept replaying the logical explanations, wind acoustics, an owl's flight, maybe even a stray hiker who got spooked when I called out and hid, though that felt increasingly unlikely given the lack of tracks. Why sob like that? Why vanish so completely? My mind circled back again and again to the sound, that desolate, utterly heartbroken weeping. It hadn't just been sound waves hitting my eardrum. It had felt like an emotional transmission, a wave of pure, ancient grief washing over me in the twilight. The bright fluorescent lights of the common room back at the dorm felt harsh but welcome. A couple of the other seasonal guys were playing cards, the usual banter filling the air. They asked if everything was okay on patrol. I just grunted a noncommittal, quiet night, forcing a casualness I didn't feel. How could I explain what happened? Hey guys, I think I might have heard the ghost the old-timers talk about. They'd either laugh it off or start ribbing me mercilessly. Worse, maybe one of them would get that same hesitant look I'd seen on the veteran rangers, the one that suggested they knew more than they let on, and I wasn't sure I wanted to open that door. Some things feel safer kept inside, rattling around in your own skull rather than being spoken into existence. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every creak of the old building, every sigh of wind outside my window sounded like the start of that sobbing. I kept seeing that flicker of white behind my eyelids. Was it a dress? Could it have been? The legend specified a white dress with blue flowers. I hadn't seen any flowers, hadn't seen anything clearly at all. Just white, moving, vanishing. The next morning, under the brilliant, uncompromising Arizona sun, the experience felt slightly less immediate, more dreamlike. The sheer scale of the canyon in daylight seemed to dwarf anything as ephemeral as a disembodied sound or a fleeting glimpse of white. Work needed doing. Reports needed filing. Equipment needed checking. The routine tasks of a closing park season demanded attention. I threw myself into the work, grateful for the distraction. But I found myself consciously avoiding the transept trail area unless absolutely necessary. When I did have to pass nearby, my senses felt hyper-alert. I listened more intently to the wind, scanned the tree lines more carefully, felt a tension in my shoulders that wasn't there before. A few days later, driven by a curiosity I couldn't quite suppress, I spent some time in the small park library and archive room during my off hours. It wasn't extensive, mostly old operational logs, geological surveys, and some curated historical documents for visitor information. I browsed through records from the late 1920s and early 1930s. It took some digging, cross-referencing mentions of accidents or fatalities with lodge guest registers where possible. And I found it. Not a dramatic ghost story, but a brief, matter-of-fact entry in a ranger's log from 1928. Mention of a sudden, violent thunderstorm. A father and son, guests at the lodge, no names listed, privacy even back then, or perhaps just brevity. Reported missing after hiking towards the transept overlook. A multi-day search yielding no results. Then, a few weeks later, a separate, discreet entry noting the departure of the wife mother, escorted by family members who had arrived from back east. There was no mention of suicide in the official log, but the starkness of the entries painted a bleak picture. The core of the legend, the family, the hike, the storm, the loss, it was real. Knowing that didn't make the sobbing I heard any less strange. If anything, it grounded the legend in a genuine, horrific tragedy, making the possibility of a lingering echo of that grief feel somehow more plausible, more resonant. The rest of the season passed without further incident, at least for me. The first heavy snows arrived, closing the roads, blanketing the North Rim in silence. The remaining crew packed up, heading off to winter jobs or home. As I drove away, descending from the high plateau, I took one last look back at the snow-covered rim gleaming under the winter sun. Beautiful, majestic, and keeper of secrets, perhaps. Years have passed since that season at the North Rim. I've worked in other parks, seen other incredible landscapes, heard other local legends. But that evening near the transept trail, it stays with me. It wasn't like the jump scares in movies. It was quieter, sadder, more unsettling on a deeper level. It was the feeling of brushing up against something ancient and profoundly sorrowful. I still try to rationalize it sometimes. An unusual confluence of natural sounds and phenomena acting on a tired mind in an isolated, suggestive setting. That's the sensible explanation. But late at night sometimes, especially in the fall when the air turns cold and the wind sounds just right, I can almost hear it again. That faint, heartbroken sobbing drifting on the breeze. I can almost see that flicker of white disappearing between the trees. I can feel that profound chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Was it the wailing woman of the transept trail, forever searching for her lost family? Was it just the wind? I'll never know for sure. But I know what I heard, I know what I saw, and I know how it felt. It felt like grief itself had been given a voice and form, echoing endlessly in the vast, silent theater of the Grand Canyon. And that feeling, that cold, ancient sorrow, it chills you deeper than any night air ever could. Some places hold on to their stories, hold on to their pain. And sometimes if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, or maybe the right place at the right time, they let you hear a whisper of it. My name's Ben. Most folks just call me Ranger Ben, even now, years after I hung up the flat hat. Spent a good chunk of my younger life wearing the green and gray of the National Park Service, and the best, most intense years were definitely patrolling the high country of Yosemite. It's a place that gets under your skin, you know. Majestic, sure. Granite cliffs that scrape the sky, waterfalls that roar like gods, ancient sequoias that humble you just by standing near them. But there's another side to it. A wildness that goes deeper than just bears and mountain lions. An oldness. You feel it when you're miles from any road, when the sun dips below the ridgeline and the temperature plummets, and the only sound is the wind soughing through pines that have stood for centuries. It's a place that holds secrets, and sometimes, late at night, you get the feeling it doesn't mind sharing them, whether you want to hear them or not. Working in Yosemite, you hear things. It's part of the job, almost. Campfire stories get swapped at ranger stations. Hikers babble about strange encounters and old logbooks. Well, they hold tales that don't always make it into the official brochures. Bigfoot sightings are a dime a dozen, usually just misidentified bears or wishful thinking. Strange lights in the sky. Could be aircraft, could be atmospheric phenomena, could be something else. People go missing, too, more often than the park likes to admit. Experienced hikers vanish off well-marked trails, found months later in places that make no sense, or sometimes not found at all. You learn to file these stories away. Part of the background noise of a place too vast and rugged for humans to ever truly tame. You develop a healthy skepticism, balanced with a deep respect for the unknown. You have to, or the sheer weight of the place, the possibility of it all, might just drive you mad. But some stories have deeper roots. They cling tighter, whispered with a different kind of gravity. They aren't just random sightings, they're woven into the fabric of the park itself, passed down through generations. The one that always snagged at the edge of my mind, even when I tried to dismiss it, was the Grouse Lake ghost. It wasn't one of those vague, I saw something weird, tales. This one had a name, a history. It supposedly dated back to the very beginning, to Galen Clark himself. For those who don't know, Clark was basically the original Yosemite guardian, the guy who pushed for its protection way back in the mid-1800s. The story goes that Clark, exploring the backcountry near Grouse Lake sometime in the 1850s, long before it was a park, heard this awful heart-wrenching sound echoing across the water late one evening. He described it as a wailing, high-pitched and full of agony, thinking it might be a lost dog or maybe even an injured Miwok child. He searched the area but found nothing. Later, Clark apparently asked some of the local Miwok people about the sound. They knew it. Their faces reportedly grew somber, and they told him it was no living thing. It was the spirit, the Liwu, of a young boy from their tribe who had drowned in the cold, deep waters of Grouse Lake generations ago. They said his spirit was trapped there, forever crying out its sorrow and loneliness, a warning or perhaps a plea to anyone who passed near the lake's lonely shores, especially after dark. The Miwok generally avoided the area, particularly at night, respecting the spirit's grief and the inherent power of the place. I first heard the full story from an old-timer ranger, a guy named Jed who'd worked Yosemite for nearly 40 years. We were sharing coffee one chilly autumn morning at the Tuolumne Meadows station. He told it not like some spooky campfire yarn, but like a piece of park history, albeit a strange one. He'd never heard the cry himself, he admitted, but he knew rangers who claimed they had, usually when they were out alone, miles from anywhere. He spoke of the specific quality of the sound they described, not just sad, but profoundly desolate, with an unnatural, watery echo to it. like hearing a scream through a fathom of icy water. Jed just shrugged when he finished, saying, "Some places hold on to things, Ben. Grouse Lake, it feels like one of 'em." Despite the chill the story gave me, I filed it away with the others, an interesting piece of folklore tied to the park's founding figure in indigenous history. Nothing more. I was a practical guy focused on trail maintenance, visitor safety, resource protection. Ghosts weren't in the job description. Fast forward a few years. I was feeling burnout, needing a break from the summer crowds and the endless questions about where the nearest restroom was. I put in for a few off days, planning a solo backpacking trip. I craved the silence, the solitude of the high country. Looking at my maps, planning a loop, my eyes drifted towards the cluster of lakes southeast of the Tuolumne River. Grouse Lake. Why there? I've asked myself that 100 times since. Maybe it was the relative remoteness. Maybe it was the challenge of the off-trail navigation in sections. Or maybe, deep down, some part of me, the part that listened a little too closely to Jed's story, was curious. A subconscious dare, perhaps. To go to the place of the legend, to spend a night by the haunted water, and prove to myself it was just that, a legend. The hike-in was tough but beautiful. Classic Yosemite high country. Granite slabs gleaming in the sun, scattered juniper and pine, the air thin and crisp. By late afternoon, I reached the lake. It was starker than I expected. A bowl of dark, still water cradled by glacially carved granite, with fewer trees lining its shore than many other lakes in the area. It felt exposed, silent. Beautiful, yes, but in a severe, almost watchful way. I found a decent spot to camp, set back a bit from the water's edge, nestled in a small cluster of pines that offered a little shelter. As I set up my tent and filtered water, the silence started to feel less peaceful and more heavy. The usual sounds of the wilderness, the chatter of a squirrel, the buzz of insects, the distant call of a bird, seemed muted, hesitant. The sun began to dip, painting the granite peaks across the lake in shades of orange and purple, but the water itself remained dark, almost black, reflecting the sky like a cold, obsidian mirror. I made dinner, the hiss of my small stove sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. I told myself it was just the altitude, the isolation playing tricks on my mind. Standard solo backpacking jitters. But as the last light faded and the first stars began to prick the darkening sky, a definite sense of unease settled over me, cold and unwelcome as the mountain night. I zipped myself into my tent, the thin nylon walls suddenly feeling like scant protection against the vast, listening silence outside. The silence, and whatever memories the dark water held. Sleep didn't come easy. Lying there in the absolute dark, zipped into my sleeping bag, the silence of Grouse Lake pressed in on me. It wasn't the peaceful silence of the deep woods I usually craved. It was a heavy, expectant quiet. The kind that makes the tiny sounds, the rustle of my bag, my own breathing seem amplified, intrusive. Outside, the wind had died down almost completely. The only noise was the occasional faint whisper as the air stirred the pine needles above my tent, a sound like distant, sibilant secrets. I tried to focus on the familiar pattern of my breath, tried to tell myself this was just nerves, the effect of Jed's story working on my imagination in this isolated spot. I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I wasn't asleep anymore. I was bolt upright, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. What woke me? It wasn't a sudden noise, not exactly. It was more like a change. A shift in the very texture of the night. A prickling on my skin, the kind of deep, primal instinct that screams wrongness before your conscious mind can even process why. And then it started. It began low, almost too low to be sure I was hearing it. A faint vibration that seemed to come from the direction of the lake, or maybe from the cold earth itself. Then it rose steadily, horribly, into a sound that ripped through the stillness and lodged itself deep in my bones. A wail, high-pitched, yes, impossibly high, like stretched and breaking violin strings, but layered with something else. A gurgling liquid quality that made my stomach clench. It wasn't the clean cry of a human infant, nor the sharp distress call of any animal I'd ever heard in all my years in the Sierras. Not a coyote, not a bobcat, definitely not a mountain lion's scream. This sound was saturated with a sorrow so profound, so utterly desolate, it felt ancient and raw. It echoed. Oh God, how it echoed. Not a clean echo, bouncing neatly off the granite walls surrounding the lake basin. No, this was a distorted, rolling echo, as if the sound itself was thick and viscous, clinging to the rock, reverberating through the water, through the very air. It sounded wet, like someone was screaming, crying, drowning all at once, the sound bubbling up through icy depths, losing its shape, becoming something monstrous yet still recognizably born of suffering. Human suffering, twisted and amplified by despair and cold water and time. It went on and on. My sense of time shattered. Was it 30 seconds? A minute? 5? It felt like an eternity, trapped in that agonizing, watery cry. I was frozen, unable to move, barely breathing. Every rational explanation my ranger training tried to offer dissolved instantly against the sheer unnaturalness of the sound. Wind. No wind could mimic that articulated, despairing grief. Animal. No animal wailed with such specific, chillingly human, like cadence, even distorted as it was. Acoustics. Maybe the lake basin did strange things to sound, but could it inject that note of utter, soul, crushing hopelessness? Could it make a sound feel like it was simultaneously miles away and breathing cold, damp air directly onto the back of my neck? The emotion carried on that sound, that was the worst part. It wasn't just sadness, it was a bottomless pit of loss, loneliness, and terror. A concentration of misery so potent, it felt like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. It was the sound of something utterly broken, trapped, and forever yearning for release it would never find. It resonated with that old Miwok story, the drowned boy, his spirit forever crying by the lake. And in that moment, lying paralyzed in my tent, the folklore didn't feel like folklore anymore. It felt like a dreadful, unbearable truth. Then, as abruptly as it began, it faded. Not stopped, but faded, like a radio signal losing strength, the watery wail receding back into the silence, leaving behind an echo that seemed to hang in the air for long seconds after the source was gone. And the silence that followed, it was worse than the cry itself. A thick, suffocating vacuum where the sound had been. The normal, subtle night noises, the creak of a tree branch, the scuttling of some small nocturnal creature, were completely absent. It was as if the entire basin was holding its breath, listening, waiting. The silence pressed against my eardrums, heavy and menacing. I could feel sweat, cold and clammy, trickling down my temples, though the night air was frigid. My hand shaking uncontrollably, fumbled for the heavy-duty flashlight beside my sleeping bag. My fingers closed around the cold metal, a pathetic talisman against whatever that was. I didn't dare make a sound, didn't unzip the tent flap to look, didn't even shift my weight. I just sat there, rigid, straining my ears in the crushing darkness. Every nerve was alight, hyper-sensitive. A pine cone dropping nearby sounded like a gunshot. The gentle flapping of the tent fly in a sudden, brief gust of wind sounded like claws scraping nylon. My mind raced, desperately trying to construct a logical framework, and failing miserably. The sheer despair in that cry defied logic. It defied nature, and I felt watched. It wasn't just the fear. It was a tangible sensation, a prickling awareness of presence just beyond the thin walls of my tent. Something ancient and sorrowful and aware, its attention fixed on the single, fragile point of warmth and life that was me, huddled by its cold, dark water. The feeling was immense, overwhelming, radiating from the direction of the lake. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time had lost all meaning. I remained frozen, flashlight clutched in a white, knuckled grip, eyes wide in the pitch black, ears straining against the unnatural quiet. Sleep was unthinkable. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every faint rustle potentially heralding the return of that hideous, sorrowful sound. The cold seeped into me, a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air and everything to do with the absolute terror that held me captive. Finally, agonizingly slowly, the first suggestion of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. A faint, gray luminescence seeped into the world, outlining the granite ridges against a sky shifting from black to deep indigo. The light didn't bring immediate relief. Instead, it revealed the stark, desolate beauty of the place in a way that felt alien and threatening. The lake was a sheet of flat, gray steel. The surrounding rocks looked like bones bleached in the pale light. But the growing visibility meant one thing: escape. As soon as it was light enough to see the trail, light enough to move without stumbling blindly, I was leaving. The thought wasn't even a decision, it was a primal urge, an instinct for self-preservation that screamed louder than any lingering curiosity or doubt. I had heard the cry. I had felt the presence, and I knew with chilling certainty I needed to get away from Grouse Lake as fast as my legs could carry me. The memory of that watery wail was already burning itself into my mind, a sound I knew I would never, ever forget. Breaking camp wasn't the usual practiced, efficient routine of a seasoned ranger. It was a clumsy, frantic scramble fueled by adrenaline and the desperate need to put distance between myself and that dark, silent water. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely work the tent pole clips. Every rustle of the ripstop nylon sounded like thunder in the pre-dawn stillness, and I kept flinching, whipping my head around to stare towards the lake, half expecting to see something. A ripple on the placid surface, a shape standing among the sparse pines. There was nothing, just the cold, gray granite and the silent, waiting water, which somehow made it worse. The place felt stripped bare, hostile in the thin morning light. The beauty I'd perceived yesterday was gone, replaced by a starkness that felt like judgment. I jammed my gear into my pack with little care for organization, foregoing breakfast, needing only to move. As I shouldered the pack and turned away from the campsite, I didn't look back. Couldn't. The urge to flee was overwhelming. I practically lunged onto the faint-used trail, leading away from the basin, moving faster than was probably safe on the uneven ground, heart still pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The hike out was a blur of frantic motion and hyper-vigilance. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every snap of a twig underfoot made me jump. The profound silence that had followed the cry seemed to cling to the landscape, even as I climbed out of the immediate lake basin. Where were the birds? The chattering squirrels? The usual morning chorus of the Sierra High Country felt strangely absent, as if the entire ecosystem was still cowering from the spectral sorrow that had torn through the night. Or maybe it was just me, my hearing still attuned to the unnatural, unable to register the normal sounds. I pushed myself relentlessly, legs burning, lungs aching in the thin air. Part of me expected to hear the cry again, perhaps fainter now, following me. Part of me expected to round a bend and find the trail blocked. Or worse, to see footprints alongside my own that weren't there before. There was nothing overtly supernatural, just the oppressive weight of the place, the feeling of being profoundly unwelcome, and the chilling memory of that sound replaying itself in my mind's ear, the high pitch, the watery gurgle, the soul-deep despair. Hours later, utterly exhausted but running on pure nervous energy, I finally stumbled onto a more established trail, one marked on the maps, one that felt connected back to the world of the living. A little while after that, I saw them, two hikers, bright Gore-Tex jackets, vivid against the muted tones of the forest, consulting a map. The wave of relief that washed over me was so intense my knees almost buckled. They looked up, smiled, offered a cheerful morning. I managed some kind of choked greeting back. They seemed so normal, so oblivious to the lingering dread that clung to me like the mountain chill. Seeing them, hearing their casual conversation fade as I hurried past, was the first crack in the icy armor of fear that had encased me since the night before. Reaching the trailhead where my beat-up truck was parked felt like crossing a finish line in a race I hadn't known I was running. Dropping my pack, fumbling for my keys, the sheer normalcy of the dusty parking lot, the familiar smell of the truck's interior, it was jarring, surreal. After the profound wrongness of Grouse Lake, I drove back towards Tuella Meadows, the rational part of my brain already starting to reassert itself, trying to smooth over the raw edges of the experience. It was an animal bend, a weird echo, You were tired, spooked by the solitude, the legend. The explanations felt thin, hollow, even as I grasped for them. They couldn't account for the feeling, the specific, horrifying character of that sound, the absolute certainty I'd felt in the dark that it wasn't natural. Did I tell anyone? Not really. Not the whole story. When I got back to the station, Jed was there. He took one look at my face, pale, drawn, eyes probably looking haunted, and raised an eyebrow. "Rough night out, Ben?" he asked, his voice neutral. I just shrugged, mumbled something about not sleeping well. Maybe some weird animal noises down by Grouse Lake. I couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd actually heard. Couldn't put into words the watery despair, the feeling of ancient sorrow. Saying it out loud felt like it would make it even more real, more undeniable. Jed just nodded slowly, a knowing look in his eyes. He didn't push. He just poured me a cup of coffee, strong and black. "Yeah," he said quietly, looking out the window towards the peaks. "That area can be unsettling." And that was that, a shared, unspoken understanding, common among those who spent enough time alone in the deep wilderness. Some things you experienced, you didn't necessarily report. You just carried them. The Grouse Lake incident changed things for me. I kept working in Yosemite for a few more years, but something had shifted. The high country solitude I once craved now felt different, charged with a potential I couldn't ignore. I found myself avoiding solo patrols in the really remote sections, especially near lakes after dark. I never went back to Grouse Lake, never even hiked within miles of its basin again. The memory of that night became a locked room in my mind. The sound filed away but never forgotten. Sometimes, on quiet nights, especially near water, I'd find myself straining my ears, a jolt of remembered fear tightening my chest. Was that the wind? Or something else? You hear stories in a place like Yosemite. Bigfoot, strange lights, disappearances, spirits. You listen, you might even get a little spooked, but mostly, you file them under folklore or unexplained phenomena. You rationalize, you explain away, you keep doing your job. But then one night you're alone by a dark lake with a history, and you hear something that shreds every rational explanation, something that speaks of impossible sorrow and lingers like frost in your soul. You hear the cry of the Grouse Lake ghost yourself. And after that, you don't laugh off the stories anymore. You just pack your gear at first light, get away as fast as you can, and hope you never, ever hear it again. You just know that some places hold on to their pain, and sometimes that pain cries out in the dark. My name is Ranger Diaz. Or, well, was Ranger Diaz. Seems like a lifetime ago now, though it's only been a few years since I hung up the hat and the sturdy brown uniform. For a solid chunk of my late 20s and early 30s, the Great Smoky Mountains National Park wasn't just my workplace, it was my home, my sanctuary, and sometimes my own personal slice of Twilight Zone. Most days it was paradise. Sunrise painting the ridges in strokes of orange and violet, the smell of damp earth and pine needles, the satisfying crunch of boots on a well-trodden trail. You see postcard beauty, the kind that draws millions of visitors every year, eager for a glimpse of black bears or a lungful of clean mountain air. And it is beautiful, undeniably so. But spend enough time deep in those woods, away from the scenic overlooks and paved loops, and you start to feel something else. An older presence. Something watchful, woven into the very fabric of the ancient hills. The park is vast, a sprawling wilderness straddling the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. It's old land, some of the oldest mountains on Earth, worn down by time and weather into undulating waves of green and blue. And with age comes history, layers upon layers of it. Long before it was a national park, this was the ancestral homeland of the Cherokee people. Their stories, their legends, are still here, clinging to the valleys and streams like the persistent mountain fog. Most visitors hear the sanitized versions, tales of clever animals or creation myths told around interpretive program campfires. But talk to the old-timers, the families who've lived in these mountains for generations, or delve into the less publicized anthropological records, and you find darker narratives. Stories that aren't meant for tourist consumption. Stories that feel less like myth and more like warnings. We rangers, we heard things. Not just the usual hiker mishaps or wildlife encounters, though there were plenty of those. We heard whispers. Tales passed down from rangers who'd worked here decades ago, accounts filed away and rarely spoken of. Unexplained disappearances on trails that should have been straightforward. Strange lights seen dancing above the ridges on moonless nights. Campers reporting unsettling feelings of being watched. Their belongings moved inexplicably. Most of it we chalked up to exhaustion, isolation, or overactive imaginations, fueled by the park's inherent wildness. You have to rationalize, otherwise, the sheer scale and mystery of the place could swallow you whole. You learn to laugh off the odd noises, the fleeting shadows in your peripheral vision, the sudden, inexplicable drops in temperature even on a warm day. You tell yourself it's just the wind, an animal, a trick of the light. Most of the time, you even believe it. But there was one legend that always lingered, a story that burrowed under the skin a little deeper than the others. It was a Cherokee legend, one they didn't share lightly, the legend of Utlunta, the Spurfinger. Even saying the name felt like inviting something unwelcome into the conversation. They said she was ancient, powerful, a being of immense malice, a shapeshifter capable of taking many forms, but often favoring the guise of a kindly old grandmother, someone you might trust, someone you might approach without suspicion. Easy prey. Her defining feature, the source of her terrifying name, was her right forefinger. It wasn't flesh and bone, not like a normal person's. It was stone, obsidian, maybe, sharpened to a point finer and deadlier than any surgeon's scalpel. The stories varied slightly in the telling, as old legends do, but the core remained chillingly consistent. Outlunta hunted primarily children, drawn by their innocence, perhaps. She would lure them away from safety, using her disguise or some enchantment, deep into the woods where no one could hear their cries, and then she would use that terrible stone finger. Piercing their sides swift and precise, she'd cut out their livers while they were still alive. The liver, the stories claim, was where the life force resided, and she consumed it, drawing power, sustaining her unnatural existence. Most of us rangers treated it like the ultimate campfire ghost story, something to spook the seasonal hires or share a nervous laugh about over beers after a long shift. It was folklore, history, a fascinating but ultimately unbelievable tale from a bygone era. Right? Yet, certain places within the park seemed to hold on to the legend more tightly. Specific trails, remote hollows, places where the forest felt older, darker, less forgiving. Norton Creek was one of those places. It wasn't one of the main, heavily trafficked routes. It snaked through a denser part of the woods, following the rush of the creek, often damp, shaded, and prone to sudden thick fog banks rolling down from the higher elevations. Even on bright days, parts of Norton Creek Trail felt perpetually twilight-bound. There were whispers among the staff that weird things happened near Norton Creek. More missing pet reports from nearby campers than usual, strange animal carcasses found sometimes, hikers reporting feeling intensely uncomfortable, turning back before reaching their destination without knowing why. Nothing concrete, just unease, and the Spurfinger legend specifically named areas like Norton Creek as her favored hunting grounds. That late afternoon, I wasn't thinking about legends. Not consciously, anyway. We'd had a couple of days of heavy autumn rain, the kind that soaks the ground and swells the creeks, potentially washing out trail sections or bringing down trees. My task was routine. Hike a section of Norton Creek Trail, assess the conditions, note any hazards, and report back. Standard procedure. The rain had finally stopped, leaving behind a world dripping and saturated. The air was cool, heavy with the smell of wet leaves and decaying wood. As I started up the trail, the sun was already beginning its descent behind the western ridges, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees, and the fog, the famous Smoky Mountain fog, was starting to gather. Not rolling in from afar, but seemingly coalescing out of the damp air itself, rising from the creek bed and sinking from the canopy. It started as thin wisps, curling around tree trunks like ghostly fingers, then thickened, blurring the edges of the world, muting sounds. The cheerful gurgle of Norton Creek became a dull, muffled roar. The calls of birds ceased. A profound silence began to settle, broken only by the dripping of water from saturated leaves and the sound of my own breathing. It's hard to describe the fog in the Smokies if you haven't experienced it. It's not just visual obstruction, it feels substantial. It presses in, isolates you. Sound travels strangely or not at all. Your world shrinks to a small, damp circle around you. And with the encroaching silence and the fading light, that old, familiar prickle started on the back of my neck. The sensation of being watched. I paused, scanning the trees, the dense rhododendron thickets lining the trail. Nothing. Just the shifting gray shapes of the fog playing tricks on the eyes. Just the fog, Diaz. I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice unnervingly loud in the stillness. Standard issue Smokies creepiness. I shook it off, adjusted the pack on my shoulders, and pushed onward, deeper into the gray embrace of the afternoon. But the feeling didn't leave. It intensified, growing from a faint prickle to a heavy weight, a certainty that I was not alone on that trail, despite the lack of any visible or audible evidence. The woods felt expectant, holding their breath, and deep down, a colder, more primal part of my brain began whispering a name I tried very hard to dismiss at Lunta. The air grew colder still, the mist swirling thicker than ever, swallowing the path ahead. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. The wrongness wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was a physical presence pressing in with the fog. The air felt heavy, charged, like the moments before a lightning strike, but silent, achingly silent. Every drip of water from the canopy above sounded like a hammer blow against the stillness. My own heartbeat thudded in my ears, a frantic drum against the oppressive quiet. I strained my senses, trying to pierce the veil of mist, listening for anything, a snapping twig, the rustle of an animal, another hiker's footfall. Nothing. Just the thick, damp gray, and the growing conviction that the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting. My training kicked in, a flimsy shield against the rising tide of primal fear. Assess the situation, Diaz. Hazards. Risk factors. The primary hazard seemed to be the fog itself, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet ahead, less than the thicker patches swirling up from the creek. The risk factor. My own damn imagination, probably. Getting spooked by shadows and silence. It happens. Especially when you're alone, deep in territory associated with unsettling local legends. I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath, trying to calm the jackhammering in my chest. The air tasted metallic cold. Focus on the job. Check the trail for washouts, downed limbs, anything dangerous for hikers. Simple, routine. But the feeling of being watched persisted, stronger now, more focused. It felt like eyes were boring into my back, tracking my every move. I resisted the urge to spin around, knowing I'd see nothing but trees dissolving into the gray. Keep moving forward. That's the protocol. Don't let the environment psych you out. I took another step, my boots sinking slightly into the muddy trail. And that's when I saw it. Up ahead, just off the edge of the narrow path, there was movement. Not the subtle sway of branches or the drift of fog, but something definite. A shape, darker than the surrounding mist, partially obscured by a thicket of dripping rhododendrons. My first thought, absurdly, was bear. We train constantly for bear encounters. Make noise, stand your ground, assess its behavior. But the shape wasn't right. It was too upright, too deliberate. Not lumbering, not foraging. It was hunched, almost stationary, but with a small, repetitive motion. My hand instinctively went to the bear spray on my belt, the cold canister a small comfort. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin, absorbed by the fog almost immediately. "Is anyone there?" Silence. The shape didn't react. It didn't startle, didn't look up, didn't call back. It just continued its small, focused movement. I squinted, trying to resolve the image through the shifting gray tendrils. As a swirl of mist thinned momentarily, the form clarified. It looked like an old woman. Small, frail looking, hunched over as if searching for something on the forest floor. She wore dark, shapeless clothing that seemed strangely heavy and out of place for hiking, even on a cool, damp day. Her back was to me, her head bowed low. She seemed intensely focused on the ground at her feet, poking at it with something long and thin, maybe a stick she'd picked up. Relief warred with a fresh wave of unease. An old woman alone off the trail in this weather, this fog. That wasn't right. Was she lost, injured, disoriented? Hikers, especially elderly ones, could get into trouble quickly out here if they weren't prepared or took a wrong turn. Ma'am. I called again, louder this time, trying to inject a note of calm authority into my voice. This is Ranger Diaz. Are you all right? Do you need assistance? Again, nothing. No response. Not even a twitch of acknowledgement. She just kept poking at the damp earth beneath her. The methodical, rhythmic nature of the movement was unnerving. It wasn't the action of someone casually searching. It felt purposeful, almost ritualistic. The hair on my arms stood on end. Every instinct screamed at me to be cautious, that something was fundamentally wrong with this picture. The rational part of my brain insisted it was probably a hiker, maybe hard of hearing, maybe confused. I had a duty to check on her. But the deeper, older part of me, the part that had absorbed years of park whispers and the chilling details of the Utlana legend, was flashing warning signals like klaxons in my skull. An old woman alone near Norton Creek. In the fog, I started walking towards her, slowly, deliberately making noise with my steps. Mom, I need you to answer me. Are you lost? I kept my voice steady, professional, but my eyes scanned the woods around us, hyper alert. The fog seemed to thicken again, swirling dramatically between me and the figure. For a heart-stopping second, she was completely obscured. Panic flared had she moved. Slipped away into the mist. Then, just as quickly, the fog thinned again. She was still there, exactly where she'd been. Or was she? It felt like she was maybe a foot or two closer to the trail, though I couldn't be sure. She hadn't looked up. Still hunched, still poking. The silence from her was deafening. As I got closer, maybe 30 feet away now, I could see more detail. Her hair was gray, straggly, escaping from under what looked like a dark, damp scarf or shawl pulled low over her head. Her clothes were dark, simple, almost archaic looking. And the stick. It wasn't a stick. It looked longer, thinner, and unnaturally straight. And dark, reflecting the meager light with a faint, dull sheen that wood shouldn't have. My breath hitched. My mind frantically tried to process what I was seeing, comparing it to the lurid tales told around flickering campfires. A stone finger, sharp as a knife. No, impossible. It was just a trick of the light, the fog, my own fear-painting details that weren't there. It had to be. Mom, please, look at me. I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper now. Fear was a cold knot in my stomach. I stopped walking, unsure whether to advance further or retreat. The air felt impossibly cold around her, colder than the surrounding fog. The spot where she stood seemed darker, the colors muted. She continued her work, oblivious or deliberately ignoring me poke. Poke. A scraping sound, faint but distinct now, reached me, the sound of something hard scraping against soil and small stones. Then, the fog did something I'd never seen before. It didn't just drift, it surged. Like a wave of solid gray, it rolled down from the trees directly towards the spot where the old woman stood. It enveloped her completely in an instant, a thick, impenetrable wall of white. I froze, staring, my heart pounding against my ribs so hard I thought it might break through. I waited for the fog to pass, to thin, expecting to see her still standing there, perhaps finally looking up, startled by the sudden obscurity. 1 second passed. 2. 3. The surge of fog moved on, drifting across the trail and dissipating into the trees on the other side. She was gone. Vanish. Utterly, completely gone. The spot where she had been standing just moments before was empty. I scanned the surrounding woods frantically. There was nowhere she could have gone that quickly, that silently. The rhododendron thickets were dense, noisy to push through. The trail behind me was clear. There was no sound of footsteps, breaking branches, nothing. Just the dripping water and the oppressive silence returning, heavier than before. It was as if she had simply dissolved into the mist. My training, my logic, my years of experience in these woods offered no explanation. People don't just vanish into thin air. But she had. I stood there for a long moment, rooted to the spot, grappling with the sheer impossibility of what I'd just witnessed. The cold fear was replaced by a different kind of dread now. The dread of the unknown. The dread of facing something that defied rational explanation. The legend of Spurfinger wasn't just a story anymore. It felt terrifyingly real present. Slowly, cautiously, drawn by a morbid curiosity that overpowered my fear, I began to walk towards the spot where the figure had been. Towards the disturbed patch of earth she had been so intently focused on. My boots felt like lead. What had she been doing? What had she left behind? My eyes fixed on the muddy ground, searching for any clue, any explanation, bracing myself for what I might find. My boots squelched in the mud as I took those last few steps, each one heavier than the last. The air around the spot where she'd stood still felt unnaturally cold, clinging to my skin, raising goosebumps beneath my uniform jacket. The fog eddied gently around my legs, silent and watchful. Part of me, the rational ranger part, that was now screaming in protest from a locked room somewhere in the back of my mind, wanted to kneel down, perform a proper assessment. Look for tracks, identify the disturbance, document everything logically. But the rest of me, the part that had just witnessed the impossible and felt the bone, deep chill of ancient folklore come to life, just wanted to see, confirm the horror and run. The earth was indeed disturbed, not dug up violently, but scraped, almost meticulously, in a small, rough circle perhaps a foot across. The dark, damp soil was pushed aside, revealing the paler, stawnier undersoil beneath. It looked deliberate, focused, exactly where she had been hunched over, performing that repetitive, unsettling poking motion. My eyes scanned the disturbed patch, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. What had she been doing? Burying something, unearthing something. My gaze snagged on it almost immediately. Lying there, nestled slightly into the damp earth at the center of the scraped circle, was something small, dark, and unmistakably artificial. It was a doll, or rather a crude effigy, fashioned from twigs lashed together with strands of dried grass or moss. It was small, maybe the length of my hand, roughly humanoid in shape. Two thicker twigs formed a torso and legs, thinner ones crossing near the top for arms. A clump of dark green moss seemed crudely tied on to represent a head. It was primitive, childlike in its simplicity, yet radiating an aura of profound wrongness. Something you might expect a child to make during play, but twisted, imbued with a sense of ancient malice in this context, lying abandoned in the heart of the fog, shrouded legend-haunted woods. It looked freshly made. The moss was still damp, the twigs dark with absorbed moisture. My breath caught in my throat. Finding a handmade doll was strange enough, creepy even given the circumstances. But it was the detail at the center of the effigy that turned my blood to ice water. Piercing the torso of the stick figure, driven right through the point where a heart or liver might be imagined, was a shard of rock. It wasn't just any rock. It was dark, almost black, with a jagged, broken edge that glittered dully even in the diffused gray light. One end was undeniably, deliberately sharpened to a wicked point, a point that had been forcefully thrust through the fragile structure of twigs and moss. The image seared itself into my brain, the dark stone point violating the crude representation of a body. Utlunda, the Spurfinger. She cuts out their livers with that finger, a stone finger sharp as a knife. The campfire stories, the anthropological notes, the hushed warnings, they all slammed into me at once. This wasn't just a random creepy find. This felt like a sign, a message, a remnant of her presence, her terrible power. The sharpened rock looked disturbingly like descriptions I'd read of obsidian or flint, hard volcanic stone, capable of holding a razor edge. It looked exactly like the kind of thing that could pierce flesh as easily as it had pierced these bound twigs. Was this what she had been poking at the ground with, sharpening the point? Or was this the tool itself, discarded after its symbolic use on the effigy? A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled back a step, my boots slipping on a wet root. I Didn't touch the doll. Didn't even consider it. The urge to flee was overwhelming, a primal instinct screaming louder than any sense of duty or curiosity. This place, this trail, felt deeply contaminated now. The fog wasn't just fog anymore, it was a shroud, hiding unimaginable things. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was predatory. I turned, my movements jerky, uncoordinated. I didn't just walk. I scrambled back the way I came, half running, slipping and sliding on the muddy path. Every shadow seemed to deepen, to coalesce into a hunched shape. Every drip of water sounded like a footstep behind me. I risked glances over my shoulder every few seconds, fully expecting to see the old woman standing there on the trail, her stone finger glinting, her eyes fixed on me. But there was nothing, only the gray, swirling emptiness that seemed to press closer than ever. The hike back was a blur of adrenaline and terror. I abandoned any pretense of checking the trail conditions. My only goal was escape. Get back to the truck, back to the ranger station, back to lights and people and solid walls. The forest felt alien hostile. The familiar trees seemed twisted into menacing shapes, the rhododendron leaves like claws reaching out from the mist. The feeling of being watched never left me, a cold weight between my shoulder blades. Was she following me, toying with me? Or had I simply glimpsed something I was never meant to see? A sliver of the darkness that underpins the beauty of these ancient mountains. When I finally burst out of the trailhead, back onto the gravel access road where my Park Service truck was parked, I nearly collapsed with relief. The fog was thinner here, the world slightly more solid. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking, glancing back constantly at the dark maw of the forest path. Getting into the truck, slamming and locking the door, felt like sealing myself into a sanctuary. I sat there for a long time, engine off, just breathing heavily, trying to make sense of the impossible. The image of the doll pierced by that sharp dark stone was burned into my retinas. Did I report it? Officially. No. Who would I tell? What would I say? I saw a ghost from a Cherokee legend, and she left a creepy voodoo doll on the trail. They'd have sent me for psychological evaluation, maybe pulled my field duties. Rangers rely on level-headedness, on rationality. Seeing ghosts and mythical beings doesn't exactly fit the profile. I filed a standard report about the trail conditions, noted some minor erosion, a few downed branches, the heavy fog. I omitted the part about the vanishing old woman and the terrifying effigy. Some things you keep to yourself. Some things you carry alone. But the experience marked me. The Smokies never felt the same again. The beauty was still there, but now it felt like a veneer, stretched thin over something ancient, powerful, and not entirely benign. Every time the fog rolled in, every time I hiked a remote trail alone, the memory would surface, the feeling of being watched, the hunched figure, the scrape of stone on earth, the pierced doll. I lasted another year, but my heart wasn't in it anymore. The sanctuary had become haunted. I started looking over my shoulder even on busy park roads. The deep woods called to me less and whispered warnings more. Eventually, I transferred out, moved away from the mountains, seeking flatter, younger land with fewer shadows and less history. But you don't forget something like that. You don't forget the moment a campfire story feels terrifyingly real. You don't forget the feeling of being utterly alone in the mist with something ancient and hungry. Sometimes late at night, especially on dark, damp autumn evenings, I think about Norton Creek. I think about the fog, and I wonder if she's still out there, the old woman with the stone finger, walking the trails, searching, waiting. Some legends, you see, aren't just stories. Some legends are waiting in the fog. My name is Alex Reynolds. For the past 8 years, I've worked for Blackwood County's Planning and Development Department. It sounds bureaucratic, and some parts of it are endless paperwork, zoning disputes, council meetings that could bore paint off a wall. But the part of the job I signed up for, the part that keeps me sane, is the field work. I'm a surveyor. My main task is heading out into the unincorporated areas, often vast tracts of land bordering state forests or nature preserves, verifying property lines, marking boundaries for potential county projects, or sometimes just updating ancient maps that haven't seen human eyes in decades. It's solitary work, mostly. Just me, my GPS unit, the transit, a roll of brightly colored flagging tape, a hefty backpack filled with water, snacks, first aid essentials, and occasionally a sense of profound isolation that borders on the spiritual. Or maybe just the unnerving. Depends on the day, I guess. Most of the time, it's peaceful. The quiet hum of insects, the rustle of leaves underfoot, the distant call of a bird, these are the usual soundtracks to my days. I've grown accustomed to the silence of the deep woods, comfortable even. I know how to read the land, how to navigate by landmarks when the GPS signal inevitably gets patchy under the thick canopy. I've stumbled upon old hunters' blinds, forgotten logging trails overgrown with saplings, the occasional crumbling stone foundation of a homestead long since reclaimed by nature. These finds are usually interesting, little footnotes in the county's history, things you won't find in any official record. They feel mundane, echoes of lives lived and moved on. Normal. The day it happened started like any other late summer day. Hot, humid, the air thick enough to chew. The kind of day where sweat beads on your brow the moment you step out of the air-conditioned truck. I was assigned a sector deep in the western part of the county, an area notorious for its dense, old-growth forest that stubbornly resisted most attempts at development over the years. It bordered the Whispering Pine State Forest, a place known for its rugged terrain and tendency to swallow hikers who didn't respect it. My task was simple enough on paper to verify the boundary markers along a disputed stretch where the county land met the state forest preserve. Simple, but time-consuming. This wasn't a quick jaunt down a marked trail. This was miles of bushwhacking thick undergrowth, navigating ravines, and hoping the century-old markers hadn't been completely swallowed by time or landslides. I parked my county pickup truck on a barely, their gravel access road, the last outpost of anything resembling civilization for miles. Sling my pack, I checked my GPS coordinates one last time, took a long swig of water, and plunged into the green wall of the forest. The first hour was typical. Fighting through thorny bushes, swatting away persistent deer flies, the constant rhythm of my own breathing and the crunch of my boots on the forest floor. The air was heavy and still. The usual forest sounds muted, almost suppressed by the oppressive heat. Even the birds seemed less active, conserving energy. It was sometime after midday, pushing deeper than I usually had to in this particular sector, that the feeling started. It wasn't overt at first. Just a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The silence deepened, losing its peaceful quality and becoming watchful. It's a hard feeling to describe if you haven't experienced it. Not like being watched by an animal. I've had deer and foxes observe me curiously, and that feels natural, expected. This was different. It felt cold, calculating, despite the suffocating heat, like the forest itself was holding its breath, aware of my intrusion. I paused, scanning the trees around me, the dense shadows between the thick trunks. Nothing. Just the unending trees, the dappled sunlight filtering weakly through the leaves. I shook my head, attributing it to dehydration or fatigue. Push on, Alex, I told myself. Get the markers flagged, get back to the truck before dusk. I checked my map again. According to the survey charts, some dating back to the early 1900s, I should have been nearing a slight ridge before dropping down into a creek bed where one of the key markers was supposed to be. But the terrain wasn't matching up quite right. The woods seemed denser here, older. The trees were thicker, gnarled, draped in heavy moss that seemed to absorb the sound. My GPS signal flickered uncertainly. Standard procedure is to rely on compass and terrain features when technology fails, but something felt off. It was as if the land itself was subtly resisting navigation, trying to turn me around. Then, through the dense wall of foliage ahead, I saw it. A patch of lighter green, a suggestion of open space. That was unexpected. None of my maps, not even the detailed topographical ones, showed any clearings in this specific area. Curiosity, maybe tinged with a bit of relief at the thought of escaping the claustrophobic woods for a moment, propelled me forward. I pushed through a final curtain of low, hanging branches, and stepped out of the tree line. The change was abrupt. I found myself standing at the edge of a perfectly circular clearing, perhaps 50 yards across. The grass was high wild, but strangely uniform in height, unlike the usual chaotic mix you find in natural clearings. The oppressive silence of the woods seemed magnified here, pressing in on my ears. But the most jarring thing, the detail that made my breath catch in my throat, was smack dab in the middle of this forgotten, unmapped circle of land. An old, dilapidated playground set. Rust coated every metal surface, peeling paint hung in sad strips from the swing set frame. There were 2 swings, chains eaten away by corrosion, the seats long gone or rotted into the earth. A metal slide, streaked with rust and grime, stood slightly askew, and beside it, one of those big, heavy, metal merry-go-rounds, the kind that could take off a lime if you weren't careful. The kind they stopped making decades ago for safety reasons. It looked ancient, abandoned, a relic of a forgotten time, utterly out of place miles deep in this wilderness. But that wasn't the creepy part. Not yet. The creepy part, the impossible part, was that the merry-go-round was moving, not just drifting, not gently turning. It was spinning. Fast. Impossibly fast. I stood there at the edge of the trees, rooted to the spot, my mind struggling to reconcile what my eyes were seeing. The merry-go-round. It dominated the clearing, not just physically, but orally. The sound it made was a high-pitched, rhythmic grinding squeal, metal protesting against metal, echoing unnaturally loud in the dead-still air. SQEL, grind, squeal, grind, SQEL. Over and over. It wasn't slowing down. If anything, it seemed to be gaining momentum, a rusty centrifuge whipping around with dizzying speed. The platform was a blur of faded, peeling paint, maybe once red or yellow, now just streaks of corrosion and decay moving too fast to properly distinguish. My first instinct, overriding the initial shock, was denial. There had to be a reason. Wind. I scanned the tops of the trees surrounding the clearing. Not a single leaf trembled. I looked down at the tall grass at my feet, at the powdery dust near the base of the slide, utterly motionless. The air hung heavy and stagnant, thick with the oppressive summer heat. There was absolutely, unequivocally no wind. None. Zero. Okay, not wind. Then what? Kids. Had some teenagers trekked all the way out here, miles from any road or trail, just to rig up some elaborate prank. It seemed incredibly unlikely. The effort involved would be immense, and for what? To maybe startle a rare hiker or, by sheer coincidence, a county surveyor. And how would they even make it spin that fast, that continuously? A hidden motor. I squinted, trying to see the base, the mechanism beneath the spinning platform. From this distance, all I could see was rust and weeds. Rigging a motor to this ancient, dilapidated piece of junk seemed not only pointless, but probably impossible without significant restoration work. It looked like it would crumble if you pushed it too hard, yet here it was, spinning like a turbine. My surveyor brain, trained to observe and analyze, was failing me. Logic had vacated the premises. All that was left was a growing knot of ice in my stomach, a primal dread whispering that I was seeing something deeply, fundamentally wrong. Something that shouldn't be happening. Taking a shaky breath, I cupped my hands around my mouth. Hello. My voice sounded then weak, swallowed instantly by the vast silence that wasn't silence, punctuated only by that hideous metallic rhythm. Is anyone there? SQEL, grind squeal, grind CQEL. The merry-go-round continued its frantic, solitary dance. No other sound answered me. No startled birds took flight. No animal rustled in the undergrowth. It was as if my voice hadn't even registered, as if I wasn't truly there. Just me, and the impossible motion in the center of the clearing. I felt a sudden, distinct chill crawl up my spine, prickling the hairs on the back of my neck and arms. It was bizarre. Sweat was still trickling down my temples. My shirt stuck to my back with humidity, yet I felt cold. Not just a surface cool, but a penetrating coldness that seemed to emanate from the clearing itself, strongest near the spinning object. Goosebumps erupted on my skin, a physiological reaction, completely at odds with the ambient temperature. It felt like walking into a refrigerated room, sharp and unnatural. And with the cold came the intensification of that other sensation, the feeling of being watched. It was no longer a vague woodland paranoia. It was focused, intense, emanating from the clearing itself. My eyes darted around, scanning the dilapidated swings, the rusty slide, the dark spaces beneath them, the dense wall of trees on the far side of the clearing. I saw nothing but decay and shadows. Yet, the feeling persisted, tangible as a physical touch. Eyes unseen, fixed on me. Waiting, observing, judging. I couldn't tell, but the pressure of it was immense, making me want to shrink back into the relative anonymity of the woods. I found myself focusing on the merry-go-round again, unable to look away for long. It was hypnotic in its horror. The sound burrowed into my ears, esqueal, grind, squill, grind, a maddening, perpetual motion machine soundtracking this bizarre scene. And the more I watched, the more a terrifying conviction grew in my minding this wasn't just random residual motion. It wasn't inertia from some earlier push. Something was making it spin, right now. An unseen force, an invisible hand, pushing it around and around with relentless, almost gleeful energy. It felt active, present, like whatever entity haunted this forgotten playground was enjoying the motion, performing for an audience of one. Or maybe just performing for itself, lost in some timeless, disturbing loop. Against every instinct screaming at me to turn and run, a morbid curiosity, or perhaps the paralysis of sheer terror, held me fast. I took one hesitant step out of the tree line, then another, moving slightly closer. Maybe 20 yards away now, I could see flakes of rust peeling off the spinning platform, catching the light for a microsecond before vanishing. I could hear the tortured groan of the central axle more clearly, a sound that spoke of immense strain. It looked like it should be tearing itself apart, flying into pieces from the sheer velocity, but it held together, spinning, spinning. Did I see shapes? Indistinct blurs within the motion, darker patches against the rust. Or was it just my eyes playing tricks, my fear painting ghosts onto the canvas of impossible speed? I couldn't be sure, and the thought sent another wave of that unnatural cold washing over me. And then, it happened. As I stood there transfixed, debating whether the blurs were real, whether my sanity was fraying, the merry-go-round spun faster. The steady SQL, grind, squeal, grind accelerated, the pitch rising, the grinding becoming a more frantic, high-speed shriek. Faster and faster, a terrifying escalation that defied any law of physics I knew. It was no longer just spinning, it was whipping around now, a vortex of decaying metal generating its own pocket of icy air. The sound clawed at my ears, becoming almost unbearable. That was it, the breaking point. Whatever held me there, morbid fascination, disbelief, paralysis, snapped. Primal terror surged through me, hot and sharp, overriding everything else. This wasn't just weird, this was wrong. Dangerously wrong. The feeling of being watched intensified into a palpable wave of malice, rolling off the accelerating merry-go-round like heat waves from asphalt. Except this was a wave of freezing dread. It felt like whatever was pushing it knew I was there, and it was showing off its power, reveling in my fear. I didn't think. I reacted. I stumbled backward, my boots catching on roots I hadn't noticed before. My eyes stayed locked on the shrieking, spinning horror for another second, imprinting the image onto my brain. Then I turned, adrenaline dumping into my system, and I ran. I plunged back into the dense woods I'd emerged from just minutes before, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face and arms, heedless of the thorns tearing at my clothes. All I knew was the desperate need to put distance between myself and that impossible clearing, the sound of the furiously spinning merry-go-round, and the cold malice I felt pouring from it, pursuing me through the trees. I ran. I crashed through the undergrowth with a kind of desperate, adrenaline-fueled speed I didn't know I possessed. Branches tore at my clothes, whipped across my face, leaving stinging scratches, but I barely registered the pain. My lungs burned. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird, each beat echoing the frantic rhythm of the shrieking merry-go. Round I was fleeing. I didn't dare look back. I didn't need to. The sound seemed to bore directly into my skull, a high-pitched metallic scream that pursued me even as I put more distance between myself and the clearing. Or maybe it was just the echo in my mind, already replaying the horror. Was it fading? Was it getting louder? In my panic, I couldn't tell. All I knew was the overwhelming imperative to get away, to escape the suffocating wrongness of that place. I have no clear memory of how long I ran, only that the dense woods seemed to conspire against me, the terrain becoming a confusing maze. Twice I stumbled, crashing hard onto the forest floor, scrambling back up with frantic haste, convinced something was right behind me, drawn by my fear. The feeling of being watched hadn't entirely dissipated. It clung to me like the humid air, a cold shadow even amidst the exertion-fueled heat. Finally, through sheer luck or some ingrained directional instinct, kicking back in, I recognized a familiar cluster of jagged rocks near the creek bed I was originally heading for. I wasn't completely lost. Hope surged, lending new strength to my exhausted legs. I half ran, half stumbled along the creek, pushing myself relentlessly, until finally, blessedly, I broke through the tree line and saw the dusty gravel of the access road, my county truck shimmering like a mirage in the afternoon heat. Safety. Or the illusion of it. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to unlock the door. I threw myself inside, slammed the door shut, and hit the lock button with a convulsive jab. Then I just sat there, slumped against the steering wheel, gasping for air, sweat pouring off me. My whole body trembled, an uncontrollable reaction to the adrenaline crash and the residual terror. The silence inside the cab felt immense, a deafening after the relentless shriek of the merry-go-round and the noise of my own panicked flight. But even in the silence, I could still hear it, that SQL grind squeal, a phantom sound imprinted on my auditory nerves. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something standing at the edge of the woods. Nothing. Just the impassive green wall of trees. But the woods didn't look peaceful anymore. They looked watchful, secretive, capable of hiding unimaginable things within their depths. I realized I was cold again, despite the truck's interior rapidly heating up like an oven. That unnatural chill from the clearing seemed to have seeped into my bones. The drive back to the county office was a blur. I took wrong turns, my mind struggling to focus on navigation. Every metallic clink or scrape from the truck's engine or suspension made me jump. I kept glancing at the woods bordering the road, my eyes scanning for any flicker of impossible motion. When I finally reached the office, I must have looked like hell. Covered in scratches, clothes torn, face pale and drawn. My supervisor took one look at me and asked if I'd run into a bear. I mumbled something about thick brush and losing my footing, unable to articulate the truth. Who would believe it? A ghost playground, a possessed merry-go-round. They'd think I'd had heat stroke, or worse. But I knew what I saw, and I knew it wasn't heat stroke. In the following days, I tried desperately to find a rational explanation, poring over the details in my mind. Could it have been some bizarre acoustic phenomenon? A localized wind shear, a meticulously planned, utterly pointless prank by someone with way too much time and resources? None of it fit. None of it explained the sheer velocity, the acceleration when I got closer, the palpable cold, the overwhelming feeling of an active, malevolent presence. It defied logic, defied physics, defied sanity. Driven by a need for answers, or perhaps just proof that I wasn't losing my mind, I dove into the county archives. I spent hours examining every map, every survey record, every historical document pertaining to that western sector bordering Whispering Pines. I cross-referenced old property deeds, looked for records of defunct logging camps, forgotten schools, planned communities that never materialized, even unmarked graveyards. Anything that might suggest human activity past or present in that specific location, there was nothing. Blank space on map after map. The area was designated simply as undeveloped county land, bordering the state forest. According to every official record stretching back over a century, that clearing and the ancient playground within it did not exist. It had never existed. I cautiously asked around. Vague questions posed to veteran surveyors, folks at the local historical society, old-timers who'd lived in the county their whole lives. Ever hear any weird stories about the woods out west, near the state line? Mostly, I got shrugs, anecdotes about cougar sightings, or warnings about getting lost. When I pressed slightly, mentioning finding an odd structure, maybe looked like old playground equipment way out in the middle of nowhere, I was met with blank stares or polite disbelief. One older surveyor, a man named Henderson, who'd been mapping the county since the 60s, paused for a moment, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He just shook his head slowly and said, "Woods play tricks on you when you're alone out there too long, Alex, especially in the heat. Best not to dwell on it." He wouldn't elaborate, wouldn't meet my eye directly after that. It wasn't confirmation, but it wasn't a denial either. It felt like avoidance, like a subject best left undisturbed. I never went back to that sector, let alone the clearing. I found excuses, traded assignments, did whatever I had to do to avoid surveying anywhere near that part of the county again. Some things I learned are better left alone. Some places hold on to memories or energies that don't welcome the living. But the experience left its mark. Nightmares became frequent visitors. Sometimes it was just the image, the silent clearing, the impossibly spinning merry-go round under a hazy sky. Other times it was worse. In the dreams, there were figures on the merry-go-round, blurred shapes clinging on as it whipped around at sickening speeds, their faces indistinct, but filled with a terrifying blend of ecstatic joy and utter despair. Sometimes I'd hear faint laughter, or weeping. I'd move it into the metallic shrieking. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the sound still echoing in my ears. Even now, years later, I jump at unexpected metallic sounds. A squeaky gate, grinding gears, even the hum of certain machinery can send a jolt of that icy dread through me. I don't hike alone in deep woods anymore. And sometimes, usually late at night, when the house is quiet, I get that feeling again, that cold, prickling sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. The image of that clearing, the silent trees, the rust-streaked slide, and that furiously spinning merry-go, round-driven by nothing and everything, is burned into my memory. It's a reminder that there are corners of the world, even in familiar territory, that operate under different rules, haunted by echoes of things we can't possibly understand. And sometimes the most terrifying thing is the unanswered question, the impossible motion in the heart of the silence. My name is Ranger Evans. Been with the Park Service for going on 15 years now, mostly stationed out here in the sprawling wilderness that pushes up against the foothills of the Appalachian Range. It's vast, beautiful, and unforgiving country. Miles upon miles of dense forest, winding creeks, rocky outcrops, and hidden valleys. Most visitors stick to the marked trails, the scenic overlooks, the campgrounds buzzing with generators and campfire smoke. They see the curated version, the safe face of the wild. But my job, especially when I pull backcountry patrol, takes me places the trail maps don't show. Places where the carefully maintained veneer of parkland peels back to reveal something older, wilder, and sometimes deeply unsettling. You learn a lot out here. You learn the rhythm of the seasons, the language of the tracks left in the mud, the subtle shifts in the wind that signal a coming storm. You learn to read the land. But sometimes the land holds secrets it doesn't readily give up. Whispers of things that happen long before designated picnic spots and interpretive signs. Patrolling the deep back areas, miles from the nearest access road, you stumble onto remnants of the past. Old homesteads are the most common, crumbling stone foundations choked by weeds, maybe a rusted piece of farm equipment swallowed by the forest floor, poignant reminders of lives lived and lost long ago. Most are just melancholy ruins, quiet testaments to nature reclaiming its own. You note them on your patrol logs, maybe snap a picture for the park archives, and move on. But this one was different. It was late October. The fall colors were blazing. A riot of reds, oranges, and yellows painting the hillsides, but there was a chill in the air that hinted at the coming winter. The days were getting shorter, the light taking on that sharp, slanted quality that makes the shadows stretch long, and even in the middle of the afternoon, I was working a multi-day patrol route through the park's northwestern quadrant, an area notoriously rugged and seldom visited. Specifically, I was tracing the upper reaches of Blackthorn Creek. Even the name has a bite to it, doesn't it? Blackthorn Creek. It carves a deep, often misty ravine through the hills, dense with rhododendron thickets and shadowed by old-growth hemlocks that the loggers somehow missed decades ago. It's beautiful in a severe sort of way, but it's always had a reputation. Locals, the old-timers down in the valley towns, they have stories. Not the kind you find in tourist brochures. Stories about hunters getting turned around back in there, lost for days only to emerge miles from where they thought they were, with no memory of the intervening time. Stories about hikers vanishing without a trace, search parties combining the area for weeks and finding nothing, no boot print, no dropped canteen, no shred of clothing. Just gone. They'd talk about it in hushed tones down at the feed store or the local diner, blaming sinkholes, sudden fogs, disorientation. But sometimes, late at night, after a few beers, darker theories would surface. Things about the woods themselves being hungry or protective of something hidden deep within. I'd always filed those under local folklore, the kind of spooky tales that naturally spring up around remote, imposing landscapes. Until that day, I was bushwhacking parallel to the creek, maybe a quarter-mile up the slope from the water itself, navigating by compass and terrain features. The undergrowth was thick, snagging at my uniform, the ground uneven beneath my boots. It was slow going. Park maps showed nothing man-made in this specific sector. No trails, no campsites, certainly no structures. According to official records, this patch of woods was virgin territory, logged maybe a century ago but otherwise untouched. That's why I stopped dead when I saw it. Through a gap in the vibrant autumn leaves, nestled in a small, unnaturally level clearing, stood a cabin. Not a ruin, not a collapsed pile of timber and stone, a fully intact log cabin. My first thought was confusion, maybe a hunting camp I didn't know about. But it looked old, genuinely old, constructed in a style I hadn't seen much outside of historical photographs, hand-hewn logs, notched tightly, with a low-pitched roof and a single stone chimney. Yet, paradoxically, it looked sound, almost perfectly preserved. The wood, though weathered gray, didn't look rotten. The roofline was straight, the chimney solid. There were no broken windows. In fact, the small, square openings had intact, albeit grimy, panes of glass, something incredibly rare for an abandoned structure out here. It felt wrong, utterly, jarringly wrong. A building this old, this remote, should be surrendering to the elements, collapsing under the weight of snow and time, being swallowed by the forest. Instead, it looked maintained. No, that wasn't the right word. It looked resisted, as if the decay that relentlessly works on everything else out here simply hadn't taken hold. The clearing around it was strange too. Not overground, but not recently cleared either. The grass was short, brown, and dead-looking, but there were no saplings, no encroaching briars. It was as if the forest stopped abruptly at the clearing's edge, hesitant to cross the threshold. The air here felt different too. The cheerful birdsong that had accompanied my trek seemed muted, distant. The breeze died down, leaving a heavy stillness that pressed in on me. I stood there for a long moment, hidden in the tree line, just watching the cabin, an inexplicable knot of apprehension tightening in my gut. Every instinct, honed by years in the wilderness, it was screaming that something was off. This wasn't just an unmapped structure. It felt like a deliberate anomaly, a glitch in the natural order of the park. I checked my handheld GPS. No structure marked anywhere near these coordinates. Double checked the physical map. Nothing. Blackthorn Creek snaked nearby on the paper, a blue line through green emptiness, but there was no square symbol, no label indicating a building. This place, officially, didn't exist. But curiosity is a powerful force, sometimes overriding caution. Part of my job is investigating anomalies, documenting undocumented sites. But this felt different. This felt less like a discovery and more like an intrusion. Still, I had to get closer, had to investigate. I unslung my radio, checked the signal weak, but present. A small comfort. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out from the cover of the trees and started walking across the strangely barren clearing towards the cabin. My boots crunched on the brittle, dead grass, the sound unnervingly loud in the profound silence. As I got closer, the details sharpened. The logs were massive, dark with age, yet showed surprisingly little sign of insect damage or rot. The chinking between them looked like old, dried mud mixed with something fibrous, maybe horsehair, but it was unnervingly intact. The single door, made of thick, rough sawn planks, was painted a faded, indeterminate color, maybe dark red or brown, now weathered to a dull, blotchy patina. It wasn't locked. It was slightly ajar, open maybe an inch or two, revealing a sliver of perfect darkness within. Against my better judgment, against the insistent prickle of unease crawling up my spine, I reached out. My gloved hand hesitated just before touching the wood. It felt cold, unnaturally cold, despite the autumn sun filtering through the canopy overhead. The silence seemed to deepen, to become expectant. Taking another steadying breath, I pushed the door inward. It swung open smoothly, silently, on surprisingly well-maintained hinges. The darkness inside beckoned, and fool that I was, I stepped across the threshold. The moment I stepped inside, it was like crossing into another world, one operating under different rules. The air hit me first heavy, stagnant, and shockingly cold. Not the crisp chill of the autumn air outside, but a damp, penetrating cold that seemed to emanate from the very walls, sinking into my bones despite my layers of clothing. It carried a smell too, thick with the scent of dry dust and old wood, but underneath there was a faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like old pennies or, more disturbingly, dried blood left too long in the sun. The oppressive silence I'd felt in the clearing intensified tenfold within these four walls. It wasn't just quiet, it was a dead, suffocating absence of sound that pressed against my eardrums. The door swung shut behind me with a soft click, sealing me inside the gloom. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim light filtering through the single grimy window and the gaps in the log walls. There was no furniture to speak of, no chairs, no table, no bed frame, no remnants of occupancy, just an empty, square room. The floorboards were wide, rough-hewn planks, dark with age but, like the exterior, remarkably well preserved. Dust lay thick everywhere, undisturbed except for my own fresh boot prints near the threshold, suggesting no one had entered, or perhaps exited, for a very long time. It wasn't the emptiness that held my attention, though. It was the walls. Every square inch of the interior log walls, from floor to ceiling, was covered in symbols. My flashlight beam swept across them, revealing intricate, bewildering patterns. They weren't painted or carved in any conventional sense. They looked drawn, scratched, smeared. The lines were sharp in places, blurred in others, executed in that same dark, reddish-brown color that carried the faint metallic scent on the air. Rust, I tried to tell myself, or some kind of natural pigment mixed with mud, but deep down a cold certainty was forming it was blood. Old, dried blood. Gallons of it may be used as ink for this deranged, obsessive mural. The symbols themselves were unlike anything I'd ever encountered. I've seen my share of historical sites, petroglyphs, even graffiti tags. These were different. They defied categorization. There were sharp, angular lines intersecting in impossible geometries, swirling curves that seemed to writhe and twist as my light passed over them, complex lattices that hinted at patterns, but broke apart into chaos when I tried to focus. There were shapes that vaguely resembled organic forms, claws, or insect with limbs, or things that looked disturbingly like distorted human eyes, but they were combined in ways that felt fundamentally wrong, alien. They weren't Native American symbols. I knew the common motive from the region. They weren't standard occult sigils or alchemical signs I'd seen in books. They felt older, stranger, imbued with a meaning I couldn't grasp but could feel on a primal level, a meaning that radiated cold intelligence and profound malice. Looking at them made my head swim. There was a disorienting quality to the patterns, as if they were designed to disrupt rational thought, to bypass the conscious mind and scrape directly against the raw nerves. My eyes kept trying to find repetition, some kind of logic or symmetry, but found none. Each section of the wall was unique, yet part of a horrifying whole. The sheer density of it was overwhelming. Who would do this? Why? And with what? The image of someone or something meticulously covering these walls with these nightmarish designs, using such a visceral medium, sent a fresh wave of revulsion and fear through me. Then I saw the floor. Right in the center of the room, directly beneath the highest point of the low ceiling, was a scorch mark. It wasn't the scattered charring you'd see from a dropped ember or a small accidental fire. This was a near-perfect circle, about 3 feet in diameter, that burned deep into the thick wooden floorboards. The wood within the circle was blackened, carbonized, flaking away in brittle layers. It looked as though something intensely, incredibly hot had been situated right there, burning downwards with focused, contained energy. What struck me as utterly impossible was the edge of the circle. The charring stopped abruptly, cleanly, with no gradation. 1 inch the wood was deeply scorched. The next inch the surrounding floorboards were entirely untouched, no heat discoloration, no blistering, no warping. Just the same dark, ancient, perfectly preserved wood that made up the rest of the floor. I knelt cautiously, careful not to touch the edge of the mark. There was no residual heat, only that same pervasive, unnatural cold. I shone my flashlight into the charred area. It looked deep, as if whatever heat source had been there tried to burn straight through the floor. What could do that? A lightning strike indoors. Highly unlikely. A chemical fire. Maybe. But it wouldn't explain the perfect circular shape and the clean edges. It looked like something had been placed there. Something radiating immense heat downwards, yet somehow insulating the surrounding floor from any effect. The image of some ritualistic brazier sprang to mind, but even that didn't seem right. The intensity felt different. More focused, colder in a strange way despite the evidence of burning. It was then that the feeling intensified. It had been lurking at the edges of my perception since I entered, a prickling on my skin, the sense of being watched. Now, standing over the scorch mark, surrounded by those alien symbols, it coalesced into a crushing certainty. I was not alone in the cabin. There was a presence here, not something physical I could see, but an awareness, ancient, patient, and filled with a palpable hatred that seemed to soak into the very logs around me. It felt heavy, like the pressure before a thunderstorm charging the dead air with unseen energy. It felt intelligent, aware of my intrusion, and deeply, cosmically hostile. My mind flashed back to those hush stories from the valley towns, the disappearances near Blackthorn Creek, people going missing without a trace. I'd always assumed accidents, disorientation, the unforgiving nature of the terrain. But standing here in this impossible cabin, surrounded by blood-drawn symbols and the scar of an unnatural fire, the folklore took on a terrifying new weight. Had the missing people stumbled onto this place? Had they seen these symbols? Had they felt this presence? And the other stories, the ones I'd paid even less attention to, whispers about strange little figures found times near the creek. Small, crudely carved wooden dolls, sometimes bound with twine or hair, left on rocks or hanging from branches. Just weird local crafts, I'd thought. Now, imagining those dolls in the context of this cabin, they seemed less like crafts and more like warnings or markers or something far more sinister. The cold in the room seemed to bite deeper. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence. My breath hitched, pluming faintly in the frigid air. The metallic tang seemed stronger now, almost coppery on my tongue. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse faintly in my peripheral vision, the complex lines squirming like living things. The scorch mark on the floor felt like a void, an absence where something terrible had been, or perhaps where something terrible could return. The weight of the unseen presence was suffocating, pressing down on me, whispering invitations to madness in the silence. I had seen enough, more than enough. Every nerve ending screamed at me to get out, to run, to put as much distance between myself and this place as humanly possible. I took a shaky step back, my eyes darting between the walls, the floor, The single grimy window. Feeling trapped, exposed, and utterly terrified, I had to leave. Now, my retreat from the center of that accursed room wasn't a panicked scramble, though every cell in my body screamed for it. Years of training kicked in, forcing a semblance of calm over the raw terror. You don't run blindly in the backcountry. That's how accidents happen. But make no mistake, the urgency was a physical force shoving me backwards, away from the impossible scorch mark, away from those hypnotic, blood-drawn symbols that seemed to writhe just beyond the edge of focus. I backed away slowly, my flashlight beam still dancing nervously over the walls, half expecting one of the symbols to detach itself, to coalesce into something tangible. The oppressive weight of the unseen presence felt like it was pressing harder, trying to hold me there, studying me with cold, ancient malevolence. My boots felt heavy, sticking to the dusty floorboards. Each step towards the door was a conscious effort of will. Reaching the threshold felt like breaking through a physical barrier. I fumbled with the rough wooden door, my gloved fingers clumsy and stiff with cold and adrenaline. Pushing it open, I practically fell backwards into the clearing, gulping down the outside air. It was still cool, still unnervingly quiet compared to the usual forest sounds, but it felt blessedly fresh, clean, alive compared to the dead, stagnant atmosphere inside the cabin. Without looking back immediately, I reached inside, grabbed the edge of the door, and pulled it shut. The soft click as the latch settled echoed unnaturally loud in the stillness. Standing there, breathing heavily, I stared at the closed door. It looked innocuous now, just an old cabin door. But I knew what lay behind it. Closing it didn't feel like containment. It felt futile, like closing a caged door on smoke. The feeling of being watched hadn't lessened. If anything, it intensified, radiating outwards from the structure. I could feel unseen eyes on my back, cold and calculating. The silence of the clearing seemed to watch me, the trees at its edge like silent, disapproving witnesses. I turned and walked, quickly but deliberately, back across the brittle, dead grass towards the tree line. I didn't run, but my strides were long and purposeful. Halfway across, I risked a glance back. The cabin stood silent, solid, impossible. It didn't belong here. It looked like a scar on the landscape, a place where the natural world had been fundamentally violated. The slightly ajar door had been an invitation. The closed door felt like a dare. Once under the relative cover of the trees, I didn't stop. I pushed through the undergrowth, moving away from the clearing, heading towards higher ground where I hoped the radio signal would be stronger. My heart was still pounding, the adrenaline leaving a jittery tremor in my hands. Images flashed in my mind, the swirling, bloody symbols, the perfect, impossible scorch mark, the overwhelming feeling of ancient hatred, and those old stories, they kept bubbling up. It wasn't until I was a good half-mile away, on a ridge overlooking the Blackthorn Creek ravine, that the radio crackled to life with a halfway decent signal. I sank down onto a mossy log, pulling the radio from my pack with shaking hands. Dispatch, this is Ranger Evans, Kilo November 627, over. My voice sounded strained then. The familiar voice of Sarah from dispatch came back, calm and professional. Go ahead. 627, reading you faint but clear, over. Dispatch, I need to report an undocumented structure. Sector 7 Gamma, vicinity of Blackthorn Creek Upper Fork. Approximate coordinates. I read them off my GPS, my voice steadier now, falling into the familiar rhythm of procedure. It's a log cabin, appears structurally sound, very old construction, but anomalously well preserved. Not marked on any park maps, over. Copy that. 627. Undocumented structure. Any signs of recent occupancy? Squatters. Over. Negative. Dispatch. Thick dust inside, no personal effects, but the interior walls are covered in markings, strange symbols, extensive coverage. Looks like possibly dried blood or rust, and there's a large, circular scorch mark burned deep into the center of the floor. Very unusual burn pattern, perfectly contained. The place feels wrong. Dispatch, deeply wrong. Over. There was a pause, longer than usual. I could almost hear Sarah frowning, maybe exchanging a look with someone else in the office. 627, repeat last. Symbols, scorch mark, Are you indicating vandalism or possible ritualistic activity? Over. Affirmative on possible ritualistic activity, but dispatch up these symbols aren't like anything I've seen. And the preservation of the cabin, the location, it reminds me of some of the old local legends about this area. Another image surfaced, connecting the impossible preservation and the scorch mark. Dispatch, there's an old story down in the valley. Some folks claim they found a cabin exactly like this years ago, near the creek. Said the symbols spooked them something awful. They tried to burn it down. I paused. The memory chilling me more now than when I'd first heard it dismissed as folklore. The story goes, but took way too long to burn. An unnatural amount of time. They thought they'd destroyed it. But this caving, it's standing, and it's old. It feels like it's always been here. Over. The silence on the radio this time was heavy. When Sarah came back on, her professional tone was still there, but laced with something else, concern. Unease. Acknowledged. 627. Documenting your report. Maintain distance from the structure. Proceed with your patrol route cautiously. We'll have a team look into this. Senior Ranger Davis is aware. Over. Copy that, dispatch. Proceeding cautiously. Evans clear. I switched off the radio, the silence rushing back in, but now filled with the weight of my own words, the confirmation of the old legends. They burned it down, and it didn't stay burned. Standing in that silent, marked room, I had felt a presence, ancient and malevolent, knowing it had possibly resisted fire, maybe even rebuilt itself, that changed everything. It wasn't just a creepy old cabin, it was something actively hostile, something potentially indestructible. The rest of my patrol was a blur. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every snap of a twig made me jump. I finished my route, filed my full written report, detailing everything I saw and felt, including the local stories. Ranger Davis, my superior, listened intently, his usual jovial expression replaced by a grim seriousness I rarely saw. He confirmed a cultural resources team, accompanied by law enforcement rangers, would be sent out to investigate and assess the structure. The last official word I heard, maybe a few weeks later through the park grapevine, was that the assessment team had confirmed my findings. The symbols baffled the experts. The scorch mark defied easy explanation. The decision had been made, apparently at a higher level, to dismantle the cabin, carefully, piece by piece, log by log, erase it from the park. I hoped they did. I truly, desperately hoped they succeeded, and that nothing went wrong during that process. But deep down, a cold sliver of doubt remains. Thinking about how unnaturally sound it was, how it apparently shrugged off being burned to the ground once before it, I have this nagging fear that dismantling it might not have been enough. That maybe the cabin itself isn't the source, but merely a focal point for whatever ancient, malevolent thing resides in the deep woods around Blackthorn Creek. Maybe the symbols weren't just decoration, maybe they were an anchor. I don't volunteer for patrols near Blackthorn Creek anymore. When assignments take me that way, I stick strictly to the known paths, my hand rarely straying far from my radio or the bear spray on my hip, though I suspect neither would offer much protection against the kind of presence I felt in that cabin. Sometimes, on dark fall nights when the wind howls through the trees, I think about that cold, silent room, the blood-red symbols, the impossible scorch mark. And I wonder if the cabin is truly gone, or if it's just waiting, patiently, deep in the woods, for someone else to stumble upon it, push open the door, and step inside.